Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Now, Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salchunas on the Midday Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hope everybody is enjoying their week as we are now at Thursday. I literally just texted my wife. I hate that today's only Thursday. It feels like a Friday, but it's still Thursday, and that's okay. I like Thursdays. They're better than Tuesdays. I went on the Tuesday rant to start the show the other day. I like the Thursday. It's a nice day. It just feels like it's the weekend. And probably because it's been a long week of speculation, a long week of absurdities, I would say, when it comes to the Eagles. A.J. Brown trade talk, I don't buy even a little bit. We've been awaiting news on Joel Embiid's knee. Last night, there was the tweet from Adrian Wojnarowski. Everybody, the people that have the Woj notifications, like Ray, were probably like, oh, my God, here we go. This is the information we've been waiting for. You will get more information tomorrow, he tweets out. More on SportsCenter. Right? Like, it was just like they tune in to watch my hit on SportsCenter. So at some point today, we will get the official word on Joel Embiid. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that it's still going on. I would think the longer it goes, the worse it is, but I don't know. I'm not going to start speculating, right? There's been way too much speculation this week on many fronts with teams here in Philadelphia. So here's what I want to do today. I want to kind of talk about speculation. I want to talk about reports. To me, I'd rather talk about legitimate reports from people that actually cover teams, but, we don't have to have that conversation just yet. So, if you listen to this show, you understand where I stand when it comes to the relationship, and I will use the term relationship, even though it's not lovey-dovey, between fan and media member. Because I'm kind of that guy in the middle, right? Ray's that guy in the middle. We talk about these teams for a living. We're not necessarily entrenched in the locker room every single day, but I speak to the people who are in the locker rooms every single day, right? I can put on my unbiased cap on and talk about the Eagles after a loss and not say everything is sunshines and rainbows, right? I can look ahead to a season and not feel good about the Eagles or any team's chances of winning their respective championship, right? I have no problem doing that because that is what this job entails. This job entails, obviously, opinion, entertainment, but to me, also the ability to take off the fan cap every once in a while. However, you bet your ass that, the second time to be a fan, I'm putting it on. You know how I've been during playoff runs here with this baseball team in this city. With the Chunas train, right? I was fired up for an Eagles playoff game, even though I didn't feel good about it. But I couldn't just ignore a playoff game. I was excited for more Eagles football. And you know how I've been with the Sixers over the years. Me and my man Ant with the whole play the song thing. You guys know that I can put the fan cap on. So I'm that guy in the middle. So today, I want to focus more on the media side of things, but I also want your opinion as a fan. Because there is an anti-media push from Eagles fans. I want to talk specifically Eagles today when it comes to this. There are incredible reporters in this city. Incredible reporters that cover the team for a living. That are inside NovaCare day in and day out, okay? I know people have their favorite bloggers. I know people have their favorite film breakdown guys. I know people have their favorite podcasts. I know there's people that have their favorite radio hosts, right? But let's face it, a lot of people aren't in the locker room every single day. So we rely on what the reporters are saying, right? And so every time a story comes out from Jeff McClain, he gets destroyed, right? Crushed. Tim McManus puts out a report on game day of the Buccaneers game. I saw him getting destroyed on social media. How dare you put this out on game day? You're going to kill the vibe of the team going into the game. Tim McManus' job has nothing to do with the vibes of the team. He is not Garrett Stubbs, right? He's not the leader of the Vibe Club. No, his job is to cover the team. His job is to put out what he is reporting on, getting multiple sources. And I feel like sometimes that is forgotten And I feel like a lot of people just believe that the media is out to get the team, right? They're there to destroy the team. As much as they are not a fan, trust me, they're not out there to destroy the team. You don't think some of these reporters appreciate having sources? You don't think some of these reporters appreciate having good relationships inside the building to try to continue to get information? Yeah, maybe Fletcher Cox isn't the biggest fan of Jeff McLane, and maybe Fletcher Cox won't give Jeff McLane information. But I'm sure Jeff McLane has relationships with other people inside NovaCare that would give him information, like Fletcher Cox potentially retiring. When he said that on the show the other day, Jeff McLane got crushed. Now, why would he know that? Fletcher Cox isn't going to give him any information. Okay, he might not, but other people probably will, and there are people that are friends with Fletcher Cox inside the building, right? So the role of the reporter, I think, sometimes gets forgotten. But forget about roles of reporters and all that kind of stuff. All I'm saying is when reporters do their due diligence, I think they are doing a tremendous job at it, and clearly they get information. They get information whether it's from a player, a coach, a former coach, somebody that's on their way out, somebody that's already out, or maybe the GM of the team who it's been reported on is the guy that likes to manipulate the media for them to report on things the way that he wants it reported on, okay? So don't blame the big bad media. Blame Howie Roseman if you feel a certain type of way about how some reports come out, okay? What I'm getting at is with all the reports that have been coming out since the demise of the season, which was after that 49ers game, as the season continued, leading up to the playoff game against the Buccaneers with those stories from Tim McManus and Jeff McLane, the stories that have since come out about multiple people, Sirianni, whether or not he's lost the locker room, just how much blame Brian Johnson deserves, Jalen Hurts' relationship with Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts' relationship with Brian Johnson, Jalen Hurts' relationship with some of his teammates. There have been stories about Hurts. There have been stories about Sirianni. There have been stories about disconnect. There have been stories about people not liking the direction of the team. There have been stories about retiring players, right? There's been a million stories because that's what the job of the reporter is. It's to cover the team. I understand that sometimes the messaging rubs you the wrong way, but they're just doing their job, okay? Now that's enough of defending the reporter. Today on the phones at 610-632-0975, I would like to hear from you what you truly believe is going on with the Eagles, what you believe the truth is. Because for every report, there's backlash, but there's also conversation. When we see a report, we talk about it. And sometimes there are callers that call in and completely rip the report. And sometimes there are callers that call in and go, wow, they must be on to something because I got that sense just by watching the game. So I would like to know, and we don't have to point out specific reports. We don't have to point out specific reporters. I would like to know from you on the phones and on social media what you believe is the truth, what you believe is actually going on inside NovaCare. Do you believe that Nick Sirianni still has any say as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles? Or do you think the power was pulled from under him by Howie Roseman? Do you truly believe that he is taking a step back from the offense and he's going to let Kellen Moore take over? Or do you think he's saying that during his exit interview because that might be what a lot of fans want to hear? Do you believe that there is a beef between Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts and some of his teammates? Do you believe that everything is being decided by Howie Roseman? Or do you think there is still some power by other people inside the building? Who's retiring? Who's staying? What are the Eagles going to do this offseason? I want to know what you believe is the truth. And you might think none of it's true. You might think that everything is still perfect inside Eagles land. That they did just hit a bump in the road like Fletcher Cox said to the media a couple weeks ago. You may believe that they're going to bounce back next year. They'll be 14-3, and they're going to make their push to the Super Bowl and this time win it. And that's great. If that's what you believe, that's great. That's an answer. I just want to know from you today at 610-632-0975 what you believe is the truth of what's going on inside NovaCare. because all I will say one more time in terms of defending the media, defending the reporters, if there's smoke, right, there's fire. Too many reporters have reported on similar things. It might not be the same wording. It might not be the same person. Like, I'll use the Jalen Hurts example. All the reports that Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni have a disconnect. And then a few days later, it's Jalen Hurts and Brian Johnson has a disconnect. Maybe we don't know exactly who Jalen Hurts has a disconnect with, but clearly there is a disconnect somewhere. And is that a problem to you? So what I want to know is, out of all the reports that you have gotten so far, out of everything you've heard on the radio, blogs, podcasts, what you've read on the Inquirer, ESPN, what you've heard the Screaming Heads talking shows say, out of all the information that has been out there since the demise started over 2 months ago now, what do you believe is accurate? 610-632-0975. We got Lon Store for you today. We'll be speaking with Andrew Brandt coming up at 11:30 today, which I'm looking forward to. Andrew Brandt, former GM in the NFL. Obviously, the big day for him was drafting Aaron Rodgers with the Packers, and there's the photo that circulates every once in a while and of him and a young Aaron Rodgers signing the rookie contract, right? He's down the street. He's up the main line. He works at Villanova, and he still writes for Monday Morning Quarterback. I'm going to get his thoughts on a lot of things today. I can't wait for it. He's a brilliant man. We'll talk contracts and trades. We'll talk about power struggles inside buildings. We'll talk about back channeling, because I'm still intrigued by that report that came out of Boston that the Eagles were interested in Bill Belichick and were leaning toward Belichick if Nick Sirianni didn't agree to make changes at the coordinator position. So we'll talk about a lot of stuff with Andrew Brandt. There's some Sixer stuff that we're going to get into, a report from Brian Windhorst about the Sixers and their plans come trade deadline. We got a lot of stuff in store for you. Would love to hear from you on the phone, 610-632-0975. What do you believe is the truth? What do you believe is actually happening inside NovaCare? What's your heart telling you? What's your brain telling you? What are you ignoring sometimes that might be the truth? I'll get Ray's thoughts on this next, all right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Embiid travels back to Philly. I'm Ray Dunn. This update.
thefanatic.com.
It's 10:19, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, 10 o'clock hour, brought to us by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows, plus make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Great Temple Al John DiCarlo checking in. Ray, he loved the start of the show. He's a fan of it. He appreciates the topic. Now, I think it's a topic that we need to be big boys and girls about. We honestly have to look within and go, all right, I'm an adult. I can have this conversation. And the conversation is about what you truly believe when it comes to the reports coming out of the media. Because if you look at any story posted by McClain, Tim McManus, Dave Zangaro, Reuben Frank, Martin Frank, you name it. If there's anything about the Eagles, Chris Franklin, and it's not a story about how the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl, right? It's a story where there's a report about something's not going very well inside NovaCare. Just look at the replies, all right? It's non-stop hate. Now, I get it. Sometimes the media isn't your friend. That's fine. It's fine. I'm not asking you to be the friends, with Tim, with Jeff. Hell, I'm not asking you to be friends with me. I would love to be friends with you. I'm pretty relaxed, dude. You can have a beer with me. Be fine. But, I'm in that middle ground. And so I react to what they're reporting. And knowing these guys, they're not making stuff up. That's one of the things that bothers me the most if I'm now sitting on the reporter side, because again, I'm in the middle here. Right? I'm trying to bridge the gap here. One of the things that bothers me most is release your sources, or are they not even true? Come on, guys. It's offensive to the reporters who went to school, worked their way up. We always talk about the grind, about how athletes got to where they are in the NFL. Now, hey, they're given God-given talent, right? More talent than a lot of people have ever been blessed with. But there's a lot of hard work that goes into it. You don't just wake up and you're the lead reporter for the Inquirer, right? No, you're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes, making no money, all right? I don't think once they get their opportunity, they're now going to possibly threaten their own job by making up a story, okay? So let's be big boys and girls here. The reporting that is done, there is validity to it. Now, sometimes I'll go on the fan side. Maybe the source is one that is willing to say something and is already upset about a situation and is popping off and is on their way out anyway. Ray and I have talked about this a lot. If you think it got ugly, before the playoff game and then after the playoff game, you just wait until some guys lose their jobs now, right? They are still trying to figure out the full coaching staff. There might be a report that comes out randomly in a month that may be very damning, and I know what the reaction's going to be. It's March. The season ended months ago, and this is just coming out now. This can't be real. No, there's validity to all the reports that are out there. The question is just how true is it? Is it one person feels this way, or does an entire locker room feel this way? We've heard about the disconnect between Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. Well, is there disconnect throughout the entire locker room with Nick Sirianni? Jason Kelce, do you have the clip for me, Ray? Jason Kelce on his podcast was obviously talking about Nick Sirianni, and he gave a much more ringing endorsement than what a lot of people heard from Jalen Hurts. So that doesn't mean that, everybody is anti-Nick Sirianni. Here's Jason Kelce.
I don't know if they've actually said what his role is, I guess, going to be on the offense. I know he said he's going to do more of the head coaching responsibilities. Nick, and I really mean this, is one of the best coaches I've been around, and talking about coaching situational ball, really understanding what to do in the right moment, motivating guys. We coach things up in team meetings and hold people accountable better than pretty much any other coach I've been around. Players love him. They'll play hard for him. I know it was a really year for us. I think that Nick has a lot to bring as value as the head coach and the organizational leadership that he provides for the team. The other thing that I think, if Nick moving to like a head coaching position, he removed himself from play calling duties last year with Shane Steichen. That ended up working out pretty damn good. Nick has shown in his tenure with the Eagles that he's going to do whatever he thinks is in the best interest of the Philadelphia Eagles. And he doesn't care about how other people perceive it. He doesn't care about anything other than what's in the best interest of the team. Players respect the hell out of coaches that operate on that level and communicate things like that.
Now, that's an incredible answer. Incredible endorsement to Nick Sirianni. That doesn't mean his other 52 teammates feel the same way, right? So if there's a report on Nick Sirianni, you shouldn't just turn to Jason Kelce. Wow, look at what Jason Kelce had to say. Okay, that's great. I didn't want Nick Sirianni back. There's other radio hosts that wanted him back, right? So it's, what does it mean ultimately? So what I want to know from you, 610-632-0975, what is it that you believe is actually happening inside NovaCare based off of all the reports that we have gotten? And let's be big boys and big girls here and not just say the media is evil, everything they say is wrong, because clearly there's something to it, okay? Giovanni checks in. I think it's true, but it's also true that we have to stop reading what other people are saying about our team and just watch the games and make our own conclusions. Now, I understand that. You can make your own conclusion. Like my own conclusion about Nick Sirianni had nothing to do with what any player said. My conclusion with Nick Sirianni was watching a team go from 10-1 to 11-6, not having a single answer during their downfall, not coming up with a single wrinkle, not even showing like it looked like they wanted to be out on the field, and then getting embarrassed by the Buccaneers in the playoff game, being down a touchdown, coming out of the second half, thinking, all right, they still have this shot. This is where they can turn things around, and going 3-and-out. The leader / offensive game planner, to me, looked like he completely lost touch of everything. And that's why I did not want him back. It had nothing to do with any reporter said. It has nothing to do with what Jason Kelce had to say. I'm not changing my opinion based off of what Jason Kelce had to say right there. I'll take his word for it, but I'm not going to change my opinion because Jason Kelce loves Nick Sirianni. Now, our man Bradley checks in. I don't believe any negative reports about my Eagles, all of the teams I believe. Now, he puts out a laughing emoji. I don't know if he truly feels that way, but let's face it. There are people that are like that. The second there is a report about Dak Prescott coming out of Dallas, oh, do we eat it up? Do we eat it up? Right? Oh, look, the Cowboys are going to cut Dak. Blah, blah, blah. The second there's a report coming out of Philadelphia meet about Jalen Hurts, it's, oh, no, how dare you say that about our baby Jalen? Don't. Like, why? Why is that? Ray, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm okay. I'm trying to have a big boy, big girl conversation.
You mentioned that negative report that we don't believe it when it comes to the Eagles, because there's people that don't believe the reporting going on with Joel Embiid, and we'll start going down the line. If it fits what you think about something,
right?
That's the report that works. You don't want to read the day of a playoff game that there's dysfunction on offense, even if you've been watching for 2 months
and you saw dysfunction on offense, right?
Like you so much, you really want to put your blinders on to things happening and just, oh no, it's going to be fine. We're going to be fine. The Eagles are the Eagles. Like, this is a team that was good. Don't give me the problems that could creep up with this team until you start to believe the teams that is bad, until you get to the point where you're like, wow, this team is not good. Then all of a sudden it's like, well, where were you? Why didn't you tell me this team was bad?
Right.
It's like, no, you were told this. You just ignored it.
Right. You just didn't want to hear it.
And this is, not something that I would say we're all above. Like, we all have our own things. We give a side eye to a reporter, a side eye to something
Absolutely.
that happens. And it's like, okay, where's this coming from? What does this mean?
Well, all right, so prime example, Joe Santoliquito, right? I haven't read an Eagles report from him since Wentz, right? Then the report comes out that there might be some discourse inside the locker room with Jalen now, right? I'm not looking at Joe Santoliquito side-eyed going, dude, really? Like, why are you doing this? I'm just wondering, all right, who's feeding him this, that all of a sudden there might be something else about the quarterback? I once again mentioned that Howie Roseman likes to manipulate the media to get information out there the way that he wants it out there. And it got to the point where it felt like we were all of a sudden back in 2020. It's not that I looked at Joe side-eyed. It's that I'm looking at NovaCare side-eyed going, all right, why is this coming out?
Right. And I remember when we were talking about the Brian Johnson and Jalen Hurts relationship soured. Oh, that's coming out, the week that Brian Johnson's going to be told he doesn't have a job anymore?
Right, exactly.
we're talking about nurturing the Hurts-Sirianni relationship, and all of a sudden we're talking about the Hurts-Johnson relationship. Like, there's just stuff like that. Like, I think that you begin to take what you hear and you begin to formulate what's going on in your own mind. And if you start to feel that threatened, I feel like people just immediately turn away. No, it can't be. It can't be. This can't be the way it is. It is. Like, and again, I said it yesterday.
It might not be 100% accurate, and by that I'm not discrediting what reporters are saying. 3 people, 3 sources, right? That's the golden rule. 3 people may not have liked Brian Johnson out of 50. And that's why you also put in the story, like, not everybody felt this way about Brian Johnson. One source told me that he, well,
but again,
he felt hampered by Nick Sirianni.
That to me is a lot of, the understanding what's happening. I think some people just don't take the time to read or take the time to understand.
They see a headline or they see the tweet.
The Duff Kleiman.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. I blame the aggregators for a lot of this. I do. Because it becomes very simplistic, dumbed down versions of nuance.
Yeah, but no, it's not just that. I mean, there was a story earlier this year from Mike Sealski about Brock Purdy, and how even though Philadelphia loves Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy would be, I forget what, like a legend in this city, right? And immediately, people attacked him, race angles, right? Trying to hate the quarterback, trying to hate the team, a bunch of different things. Or that wasn't the story. And he didn't put out the headline. The editors or the people that work at the Inquirer put out the headline. And ultimately, the story was about the guy who was drafted last overall, the Rocky story. Like, we would have, like, let's be honest with ourselves. If we had Brock Purdy, we'd be going nuts right now.
Yeah, I mean, if the story of Brock Purdy right now was going the exact way it's going, yes.
Yes, in Philadelphia, we're going, oh, my God, we have Rocky.
No way Brock Purdy succeeds in an Nick Sirianni offense.
You're right. You're right. But like
Brock Purdy's care's over.
We compare Nick Foles to Rocky. Right now, it also helps that he wins the Super Bowl, and that's why he's always going to be a legend in this town. But you get what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people don't read the article itself, and then they reach and try to find things that aren't necessarily true.
But also, you need, like, when we look at sports players, and I said it yesterday, like, when you get the hero thing attached to you, for every hero, there's a villain.
Oh, absolutely.
And if you idolize something, and there's something that tells you don't idolize this thing, it's much easier to say the thing telling you not to idolize it is the problem.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? Sometimes the hero is what's giving the villain the information, but people don't want to hear that. Right? Like, that is the case. Like, look, they're not making it up. I'm just telling you right now, okay? The reporters are not making stuff up. They are getting something from inside NovaCare. So what I want to know from you today, it's 610-632-0975, what it is that you truly believe is happening in NovaCare, has happened in NovaCare, is coming out of NovaCare. Like, I do believe that there might be some sort of discourse between Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. Now, do I think it's I don't know, but do I think it's a relationship that can't be fixed? No, I don't believe that. Like, they're both big boys. Like, they could sit down and hash things out and figure stuff out. I don't think it's something that can't be fixed. Like, I do believe there might be something there.
Yeah, imagine going through an incredibly public 2-month stretch of your work life being told, a failure, and not being on the same page during it and being asked questions constantly about it, badgered about it constantly. You would be frustrated.
Yes.
Like, that's just the human nature in what's going on with their relationship right now.
And then here's the other thing. We don't know what side it is. Do I know for a fact that it's Jalen Hurts doesn't like Nick Sirianni? The reason why I say that is A.J. Brown stood up for Nick when the improvisation of the Seattle Seahawks game, Nick fell on the sword for it, did the whole pass interference thing. We ripped him for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
A.J. Brown comes out and says, listen, Nick fell on the sword for us. He made himself sound like a fool. His words. It wasn't that. We improvised, blah, blah, blah. To which Jalen has still never said anything about it. How do I know? How do I know that it's not Nick that feels a certain type of way about Jalen? Like, yo, dude, like, couldn't help me out here a little bit? Now, I know that Nick, as the head coach, is going to say, look, I'm the head coach. I'll fall for it. Like, I'll take the heat for it. But then when it's time for Jalen Hurts to give an endorsement for his head coach, he doesn't do it? Like, how am I supposed to? We don't know. We just
don't
know
know.
the only report from Jeff is that there might be a little bit of a disconnect between the two. And not just about offensive game planning, relationship-wise. So I do believe there's something there. I would love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Let's go to Edith in Chester. Edith, I want to tell you right away, your name was mentioned yesterday in the Sal Chunas household.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, because Cooper has a book, and in the book, the toy truck that you got him, identical in the book, and I was like, that's the truck that Miss Edith got you.
Oh, that was nice.
He had a nice smile on his face.
Oh, thank you, Andrew.
You're the best.
He's such a cutie pie.
You're the best.
Cutie pie. Yep. So let's get to this question of yours. For me, I don't really read sports, and I don't know all the ins and outs of Tim and Jeff and you guys who are involved in it like you are. When Jalen came to camp, he just did not look right to me. It's something going on with him. When he first came, he just didn't look like himself. He didn't look nothing like himself like he did last year. And that just nagged me all season about how his posture, and he just didn't look like either he didn't feel good or he had something personally going on outside in his life or something, but he just did not look the same.
Yeah, and then that's why you start getting reports like Jalen Hurts wasn't as accessible as before, and maybe it was harder to talk to him this year, and they tried bringing him out for team gatherings, and he wouldn't go all the time. And look, you don't have to go to every single gathering, right? Like, I'm not going to go to every work happy hour, right? Like, I got to be other places, but all of a sudden you start getting those reports, and you yourself saw that before these reports even came out.
I did, and I don't know what it is, and I just don't know, and I don't think it's between him and Sirianni. I just think something's going on with him, and and I don't know whether he's just not. He's out in the public, so maybe he just feels as though if he says something and it gets misconstrued, then it'll be worse. People take
right.
Because how our fans are. We just go we just go overboard with a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, you hear something and you go, oh my God, did he mean this? And he may not have meant any of it, but we react to it and we go crazy.
Yep, that's what we do. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is, or if there is a disconnect. To me, I just think, and then the wind just got blown out of us after the 49ers game. After that game, everything just went downhill, and it just seemed like they just never could get their footing back.
Right.
They could never get their footing back, and I don't know. And I mean, it's a team effort. You're going to win as a team. You're going to lose as a team.
Right, and that's why, Edith, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. That's why you start, when things are going downhill, there's a lot of people in the locker room. A lot of people that might be frustrated. Some might just walk away from the media like A.J. Brown. Some might not. I got to get this off my chest. But, leave me anonymous. Right? Like, it happens. So Dan checks in. And I appreciate the two tweets. He says, a bit to unpack here, and I'll try to paraphrase what I believe is best. I think what the media puts out there is exactly what's being told to them. Fans want to hear what they want to hear while reporters are objective, and those two will always clash. The reporter does nothing wrong reporting when they want to, but when something gets reported on game day, it can kill a fan's game day buzz. I'm obviously a big Philly fan, but I don't think these reports are false. Maybe narrated a certain way at times, but not false. So, look, when you're writing an article, you're going to do more and more digging, right? Again, it's not one source told me, and that's, that might be a tweet, but it's not going to be a full-blown story. And then sometimes not that reporters are really putting opinion in there, but they might put belief or what else they've been hearing as the season's gone on. But to Dan's point about like when the story comes out on game day and it kills a fan's buzz, well, I guess the one question is, why are things sat on sometimes? So, Adrian Wojnarowski last Christmas, or 2 Christmases ago, the James Harden report. Why? Why Christmas Day, right? Was he told Christmas Eve? Or did he know it's the biggest day, one of the bigger days of the year for basketball, to put out that report? Like, why did it have to be Christmas Day when, you heard those rumors for a while, it seemed like. And now all of a sudden, this is when Woj decided to come out. Why game day for Tim and Jeff? I don't know. It was also a Monday, right? Weekend's over. right? News cycle's back. People are reading more. I don't know why Monday. Or that's just when the story was written. And that's when it came out. That's when they got their information. It was leading up to a playoff game. Maybe guys wanted to get out ahead knowing that they were probably going to lose that game because that locker room knows more about the locker room than we do, obviously. Maybe some sources wanted to get some things out there before the game.
I don't know. We all watched the offense for 6 weeks and had questions. When the answers are provided, the answers are provided. Yes, obviously game day, the timing of it. People, well, why are you doing this on game day? Well, what are you looking to engage with on game day? Answers about your team. We have answers here. Here are your answers. The Woj thing, yeah, it's ESPN's top basketball insider on the day where they own 5 basketball games where it's supposed to be a marquee day of, basketball for them. Yeah, okay, I see why it's coming out on that day. Okay, let's go into the playoff game on Monday night with the storylines that have led up to this point. Yeah. How did the Eagles end up in Tampa Bay against the Buccaneers?
They lost.
It was a disaster of 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Where were the questions about that team lying? I mean, sure, they could have given you, well, we did some reporting on what the rotations are like with this defensive line, why they're not getting pressure. You know what you're reading about? You want to know what's going on with your head coach, who at that point, a lot of people had already either fired or put on the hot seat. You want to know about your quarterback, who a lot of people were talking about where his lay of blame was in all of this, and your offensive coordinator, who at that point, a lot of people had either fired or put on the hot seat. Oh,
but God forbid it's on game day that it comes out.
But now you're getting an answer about it, and you're upset about the answer you got.
Right,
you're fine with seeing the question posed. You're not fine with the answer you received.
I want to have an adult conversation about this. All right, the relationship between fan and media, what you believe is actually true, and if you don't believe any of it is true, right? Because let's face it, you read the replies, you see what people are saying. If you don't believe any of it is true, then what do you believe is true? And why don't you believe anything? Like, seriously, why don't you believe anything? I don't know when this started. Like, I know the media it wasn't always a great relationship between fan and media, but, it's gotten worse over the years. Or maybe it's because I'm more focused on it now. I don't know what it is.
You have more people that can chime in their opinion on the media.
That could be it. And it's crazy to me because not everything's perfect with our teams. If they were perfect, we had the conversation about dynasties. Maybe we'd have one in our lifetime, right? But not everything's perfect. So there is stuff that goes into collapses in seasons. Not everybody likes each other inside that building. Why is it such a problem when you hear it? We'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Coming up next, we'll continue the conversation. Your calls. I got another great tweet about this. And also, Brian Windhorst yesterday on ESPN had a report about what the Sixers will be doing come deadline time. And this is with the lack of knowledge on the situation of Joel Embiid. Once more, no official update on Joel Embiid. Yesterday, Adrian Wojnarowski reported that it's now waiting to today. So as this continues to drag on, we're still waiting for an official report on Joel Embiid. Once we get that, we promise to let you know about it right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Happy Super Bowl Sunday from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. It's America's #1 sports book. Super Bowl Sunday, it's all about the best seat on the couch, your favorite snacks, play some super bets, and a lot of those bets responsibly, of course. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. You can bet on who will win the Super Bowl 58. Plus, FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and a whole lot more. You know what I want to do this Super Bowl Sunday? I'm going to do something for the first time, and I don't know if it's smart or not. But you know what? Sometimes the lack of knowledge, I think, helps. I want Christy to get involved, right? We just hang out at night. I'm gonna have Christy play some. Maybe I'll have a Christy parlay, and we'll put it out there. She's kind of been following the Chiefs this year. Why? Tay. So she knows what's going on. She knows Travis Kelce's name. She knows Patrick Mahomes' name. She watched the quarterback show with me on Netflix. So, maybe she'll make a Kansas City parlay. I don't know. New customers join today and get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Fanatic and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 10:51, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas on this Thursday morning. Starting to get some discourse on social media about today's topic. So I'm looking forward to diving into it because, you know, every once in a while when you have conversations like this, you may strike a little chord for some people, right? So here's what we got going on today. And I'll give you this Brian Windhorst stuff in a little bit about what the Sixers might be doing come trade deadline time, no matter what the situation is with Joel Embiid. But our man, the Fink, checked in regarding today's topic. And if you're just tuning in, here's today's topic, just to let you guys know. And Andrew Brandt joins the show at 11:30. He'll be able to talk about this as well. Today's topic is trying to find out what you believe, because I would like to get input so that we can take note and what people are feeling. You know how we put polls out there, like what do you believe is actually true and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. I would love to hear from you on the phones. What you believe is actually happening inside NovaCare, because there's a lot of reports of disconnect, of poor relationship, of not having say, of lack of power, of injuries, retirements, you name it. There's a lot of reports out there. And every time a report comes out, the media member gets eviscerated, gets backlash from Eagles fans. And I understand why, because you want everything to be great with your team. But let's face it, when you go from 10-1 and have the historic collapse that they had, there's going to be baggage. Wake up. Okay? Like, there's going to be baggage. There's going to be issues. If the company that you work for has a 2-month decline and you believe there's somebody to blame, aren't you going to say something to one of your coworkers? Right, like you're not going to say, oh, everything's fine, you know? No. You're going to point out the issues as to why things aren't going well. It's just different because there are people paid to cover the Eagles and not to cover your accounting firm, right? Like this is how it works. So the Fink checks in. He says it's because Philly fans are delusional and we coddle our team. Easiest thing to do is blame others. The media puts out reports about disconnect in locker room, and first thing we do is blame the media. Fans just want the sunshine and rainbows. So I know that has changed since the Super Bowl, big time, when it comes to the Eagles. I don't know exactly how it works with other teams. Ray, you said it best in the second segment today that depending on how people feel, that's what they're looking for. So when Joel Embiid gets crushed, there will be Sixers fans that are like, yeah, you tell him. You tell the big man that. You know, he's soft. He doesn't play. In the playoffs, he doesn't play hard. He's regular season. All he cares about is awards. All he cares about is himself. Right? You know, you get that kind of stuff because there are people that are not fully in love with with Joel Embiid and the Sixers. When it comes to the Eagles thing, a lot of people are always having their backs up against the wall. So Fink puts out that tweet. And in the Alley Baseball podcast responds. And they say, the media made up a rumor about A.J. Brown, and now look, the media most definitely plays a big role. I just want to say this one more time. I'm talking about reporters. Okay, I don't think I have to go too deep into it. We understand the dynamics. I'm talking about, like, reporters, okay? There wasn't even a rumor, if I'm being honest, but whatever. So, Fink checks in. No, a rumor is, quote, I heard the Eagles are trying to trade A.J. Brown. Not somebody talking about trading A.J. Brown and blah, blah, blah. Says what Chunas is asking is, which is another problem with fans. They don't read articles or know what topics they're commenting on. And he just responded with the dismissive, okay, sure. So I made sure to tell him I'm talking about the reporters in this. And in the Alley Baseball podcast, who I have back and forth with on social media. I have no problem with him or her. Plenty of lies have been started by the best reporters. Fletcher Cox came at Jeff McClain's neck, and I wonder why that is. He made bleep up. What did he make up? So that moment between Fletcher Cox and Jeff McClain, where I think Fletcher Cox called him a clown.
Yes.
Yeah, and some other things. If you listen to the question wasn't, "Hey, Fletch, I hear Nick Sirianni's going to be fired. Your thoughts?" The question wasn't, "Hey, Fletch, I think the Eagles should fire Nick Sirianni. What's your response?" He asked Fletcher Cox, "Hey, have you heard the speculation about, Nick Sirianni's future, blah, blah, blah?" And clearly there is a disconnect between Fletcher Cox and Jeff McClain. And I think that stems from a couple of years ago when Jeff McClain did give an opinion on potentially moving on from Fletcher Cox. He did reporting on it about the cap hits and, all this kinds of stuff. And remember, Fletcher Cox himself wasn't happy with Jonathan Gannon's scheme in the first year, so there was something to base that off of. So, come on. So I asked, what did Jeff make up? He asked Cox for his opinion on the speculation that Sirianni could get fired. And he responded with, and Fletcher went off on him. Fletcher just didn't do that out of nowhere. Jeff obviously made something up or did something, and Fletcher went off. Also, Fletcher isn't the first Eagles player to go off on Jeff. I don't remember another player, honestly, going off. Like, there is a legit Cox versus McClain thing. I don't remember another player going off on Jeff McClain. And obviously, we're talking about Jeff McClain because that's who the tweeter's using as an example. Fletcher Cox isn't going off on Jeff McClain because he made something up. Like, he didn't. I'm just telling you right now. He didn't make something up. He has to. And by the way, also, Fletcher Cox went off on the whole, that man has a family. I'm not going to talk about a guy losing their job. You got to hear the answer, too.
If someone was assigned to cover your life's work and you just went through a 2-month collapse and now asking about someone in which you work with their job security.
Right.
While you're in the midst of cleaning out your locker. Like, I imagine there's frustration. The question had to be asked. The question was asked. Fletcher Cox didn't appreciate the fact that he had to answer the question, acted the way he did. And, oh, by the way, for the last dozen years, every time something with this team has gone wrong, there's been reporting that's been done to uncover why it went wrong. And obviously, Fletcher Cox knows that that's going to end up happening with this team. He doesn't want to be the one that's pointed back on as, Fletcher Cox had a parting shot for Nick Sirianni. Right. In that moment, you want to be the guy that sticks up for the coach and want to be, it's not this is I'm getting back for years. No, this is just his reaction to, it's a veteran reacting to something they know, and he knows exactly what's going to be made of it. These players are not like foolish to knowing what's going to be made of it. Like
right, exactly. They've been around for a long time, especially a veteran like Fletcher Cox.
You react like that to the question, it becomes a ringing endorsement for your head coach. It becomes you sticking up for the guys in the room. And it becomes, kind of the, look at what Fletch did. It's not like it's calculated. All these things are calculated responses. Like, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah. So I'm curious. Now I got another tweet from Bradley who checked in earlier. By the way, he was being sarcastic when he said
I figured as much.
Yeah. But there are people that are like that. He says it's not just about sports reporting that's being questioned. I don't want to get philosophic, but look at general reporting over the last few years. I've learned to question everything in their motives. I understand. But we're not going into that world. We're not talking about Nick Sirianni running for president and his beliefs on the economy. Right? And Medicare. We're talking about whether or not he's a good football coach and whether or not he deserves to have another job, the job still.
How do you think Sirianni's going to do in the New Hampshire primary?
Yeah, exactly.
You think he's going to poll well?
Yeah. All right, let's go to the phones.
What do you think his electability business?
Let's go to the phones. I'll open up the Sixers thing in a second. Let's go to Kevin in Ballackinwood. What's up, Kev?
Oh, what's up, bro?
How you doing, man?
Thanks for my call, man.
Oh, thanks for calling, dude.
No doubt. Sorry about my background. I'm driving my truck and stuff like that. It might sound like a...
You're good, dude. I got you loud and clear.
Awesome. So what I want to make clear is that media controls the posts of us, right? And I got to start listening to you guys and all because I'm like, hey, y'all are really Eagles fans as well, and so y'all part of this. Y'all part of this family and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys telling us to celebrate our guys, love our guys and all that type of stuff, and then it feels like when someone reports some negative, have some negative reports on game day, you're really against us. Yeah, I mean, and then so he's like, "Oh, you just got us all hyped up all week long."
Well, hold on. So now this is where I'm going to play the role, right? Like my role, I'm in the middle, right? Like
Okay, yeah.
I talk about the reports, but I'm with you. Like I'm fired up. Like I want the Eagles to win a football game. You know, for a lot of reasons. I am an Eagles fan. I'm born and raised in South Jersey, right? Like I have the hoodie still. It says bleed green that I got off the Ocean City Boardwalk, right? Trust me, I am with you when it comes to that. But it's also my job to point out where things aren't going well. And Kevin, even though I could get hyped up for a playoff game, you and I both knew the last 2 months sucked.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so I'm not going to ignore when a report comes out like that.
Understood. But on another point, right? So this is what's happening. We're starting to have a separation from you guys. It's because now the players are speaking for themselves on their podcast, on their
that is a big change in today's media. You're right. There are players that now speak for themselves. Yeah. But what's interesting is like there was a report. I'm not going to talk about the Eagles for a second. I'm going to use the Dolphins for a second. There was the report that came out that players didn't like Vic Fangio, right, inside Miami. And then Tyreek Hill comes out on his podcast and says, I didn't see that, blah, blah, blah. And so you would take Tyreek Hill's word for it because he plays for the team. He's also on the offensive side of the ball. Is he talking to all of his defensive teammates all week long? I don't know.
Right.
Do you talk to everybody that you work with?
He also, yes. Well, I'm a leader. So I got the pulse of my my teammates and everything like that. So I'm most likely you play sports. I play sports and everything like that as well. So there's one variable that's like the you got to be motivational. It's the vibe and everything like that of the locker room and all. We all feel it, and we can see because we're not stupid and stuff. And you don't have to be a therapist to be able to see the vibe start to go down with the Eagles and all that type of stuff, right? So, but the leaders like A.J. Brown, I'm not going to talk to the media because I don't have nothing nice to say right now. But when he gathers his thoughts and all that type of stuff like that, because he's very emotional, we got to understand these people are human beings and all that type of stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
And sometimes media seems like they're on the outside looking at a zoo.
Well, it's because that is their job is to cover the team. And thanks for the call, Kevin. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the discourse. I do. But that's where like something that Kevin said that he's got to realize. He goes, I'm a fan, and then all of a sudden you drop that ball on me. Well, Tim McManus isn't a fan. Jeff McClain isn't a fan. They're doing their job covering the team. They're not Eagles fans. And so when he says, I don't trust them because of that, well, Jeff McClain drops a bomb on you that there's discourse between Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. Tim McManus drops a bomb on you that Jalen Hurts has not been happy with the direction of the offense. Okay. So you don't like that it came out on game day. Did you like the direction of the offense? Like, if anything, I would have thought that would have been celebrated by some people. Going, yeah, Jalen, you tell him.
A couple of things to that. With us specifically right here, the two of us, on the day of the game, those reports came out. I remember the 3 hours we did. The 3 hours we did was not, wow, let's dissect what the problem is here.
No, it was let's get fired up for a playoff game.
Even as negative as I came in that day,
right?
We gave you a show that was, hey, there's an Eagles playoff game. Enjoy this because it's an Eagles playoff game. Let's see if they can.
That's because our roles are different.
Right. Now, to the point where he makes about, and he compares it to a zoo, I don't like that comparison at all, really, when it comes to it, because ultimately, as the fan, your relationship with the player on an individual-to-individual basis is one-sided. You feel like you know the player very well. The player knows you as the group, as the whole. There are some fans that do get to know the players through, circumstance and, you get that one-on-one interaction. But really, as a whole, the fan base gets to know the individual more than the individual actually gets to know everyone in the fan base. The reporters, we go to McClain. McClain went down to A.J. Brown's hometown, talked to people who know A.J. Brown, gets to know the human being. Jeff McClain goes and talks to coaches, you get to know the human being more, and you get a greater understanding, and the media, through their coverage of the team, opens up that door for you. You can point out the reports that you don't like, that are negative, that you think are divisive, but you also have to realize that these reporters, their entire job isn't, they want to rip apart everything. We were complimenting the beginning of this season. I remember Tim McManus wrote a story about Jalen Carter and the leadership that Fletcher Cox had shown, the leadership of this team, the defensive line, and what they had done to really take him under their wing. And I remember, what a great story. What a great story.
Yeah, because it was a happy story.
Right, because you came off of a Super Bowl, because you had high hopes for the guy, because these media members that you rip incessantly are also the same guys that actually give you an inside look into the lives, into the people that you are supporting, that ultimately you do not get, because the relationship of individual fan to individual player is one-sided. You learn a lot more about them than they will learn about you.
Right. Yeah.
That's part of it. The media member allows some of that fandom to come through, allows fandom for you, because you get to know the person. This person likes fill in the blank. I relate to that. Wow, I'm going to jump on board with that guy. I think that's a piece of it, because when you compare it to the zoo, it's like, just the media is looking at no, the media is almost doing more of the humanizing than you could ever imagine doing.
Right.
So yeah. I don't like that comparison you threw out there at the end.
So our man only Fanatic checks in. And there's a lot to uncover on this tweet. He goes, I think that fans hate the media because they don't trust the media. Okay. Which, whatever. They have a tendency to drive narratives for ratings and clicks, and they also see how the players hate the media, so in turn, they feel the need to side with the players because they wear the logos. All right. Let me say this. I don't blame any player who doesn't want to talk to the media. I really don't. Imagine, you had a rough day at work, and there's a camera in your face, right? And you have to be told how you suck. We're not told that you suck, but hey, what went wrong? Right? That's, I'm sure, not fun. Now, I will tell you, I've had the luxury of talking to players, and it's not as bad as you may think, but after an emotional game, they might not want to talk to reporters. I remember the unfortunate moment when Jim Salisbury and Nick Castellanos were caught on camera, and that video should not have been tweeted out, off the record, yelling at each other, right? What should have been shown on camera was just a back and forth between Salisbury and Castellanos. And, all right, so Salisbury's grilling Nick. Nick's giving it back to him. All right, you pick a side, whatever. And then obviously the camera kept rolling when it shouldn't have, and it was then tweeted out that they were literally had to get separated, the two of them. Good for Jim, by the way, sticking to that, Castellanos is a big man. Yeah. Jim was ready to go. Not that they were going to fight. But, then it became oh, my God, look at the evil media again, right? Where, even though, actually, I think a lot of people took Salisbury's sides because Castellanos was not playing well. So, take that for what you will as well. When it's a player we like, it's the evil media. When it's a player that's not playing well, it's, you go, media. Grill them. We want to hear more. So then he continues. It also doesn't help that there's nitwit reporters like ex-players trying to break through into the business, trying to make names for themselves. I'll give you a perfect example. Because it wasn't going well for the Eagles, everybody sided with Orlando Scandrick. Everybody. All of you were pro Orlando Scandrick. Now, he was a former player, so he was in the locker room and had different relationships than even the reporters, and different relationships than the radio people, and different relationships than the fans. A lot of it ended up being not true. He also was just released by the team, so clearly he felt a certain type of way. Didn't like Howie Roseman. I don't think many players love their GMs because they have the ability to release you at any time. I don't think they're friends with the GM. That's not a shot at Howie Roseman. I don't think many GMs are friends with their players because of what could happen at any given moment. They could be traded. They could be released. Anything could happen at any given moment. But a lot of people side with Orlando Scandrick because it was what they wanted to hear at that time, that the Eagles were falling apart from within. And now he's the enemy because the Eagles turned things around. Everything was great. And he's now the enemy, and we haven't heard from him since. But yeah, I mean, there are some ex-players sometimes. Now, how come the ex-player trying to be in the media is different than just a media member? Is it just because they have different relationships? I don't know. I just find it interesting. I do. Jess checks in. The media creates drama, period. It's their job to stir the pot. Half the reports aren't true, so naturally people will react, which isn't coddling, but reacting. Where fans want sunshine and rainbows, the media creates rain and clouds simply for discussion. Well, what do you mean by half the reports aren't true? How do you know? How do you know that?
And again, that's people, I think, misusing the word reports. Hypotheticals and speculation are not reports. That's probably the half that you think are not true.
Right.
That's again going to the knowing
Like the
what media you're engaging.
without being blind to it, the AJ Brown stuff.
Right. Knowing what you're engaging with is important.
Yeah.
That would be a thing. By the way, while we're talking reports.
Oh, what do we got? Breaking news sounder.
Yeah, not anything specifically Philadelphia, but something that impacts two NFC's teams. It is official. Dan Quinn to the Commanders.
Ah, okay. So they miss out on their guy as they're flying out to see Ben Johnson there, and he's like, "Nah, just turn the you
can talk to Glenn. You can talk to Aaron Glenn.
Your pilot
He'll still talk to you.
Your pilot's good, right? You can make a quick 180. Get out of here.
You've always wanted to spend a day in Detroit, right?
So Dan Quinn leaves as defensive coordinator of the Cowboys, and now is the head coach of the Commanders. How about that? Okay.
That's a huge loss.
Yeah, it is. We'll see how that team survives until
Mike McCarthy without Dan Quinn.
Yeah, and then they hire Bill Belichick, and we will rue the day.
No, we won't.
Yes, we will.
We will not.
I'm telling you right now,
we will not rue the day. There is not a world in which we will rue that day.
Speaking of Bill Belichick, the back-channeling report that came out yesterday from Boston, or 2 days ago, we talked about it yesterday. Andrew Brandt's going to join us coming up at 11:30, next segment. Can't wait to talk to him. He is a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant man. Used to have him on all the time on the station. Can't wait to talk to him about all of this because he is a former GM. I'm going to talk to him about a lot of things. Media manipulation, back-channeling, Sirianni staying, Sirianni going, A.J. Brown trade talk, all kinds of stuff. Can't wait to talk to Andrew Brandt. That comes your way next right here on 97.
975thefanatic.com.
11:20, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. 11 o'clock hour brought to us by Golden Nugget Jewelers. That's where Philly gets engaged. Coming up in 10 minutes, we'll be joined by Andrew Brandt, a man who is very, very, very knowledgeable on many accounts, but also obviously as a former GM in the NFL and works up the main line at Villanova right now. So he's entrenched still with what's going on here in Philadelphia. You can't really run from it when you're living in the area. When you did what you did in your career. So we'll get his thoughts on a lot of things. Real quick, the Brian Windhorst stuff that I forgot to get to last segment. So basically, he reported yesterday that the Sixers are still going to be buyers at the deadline. They're going to be all in. It might not be for a star. It might be for role players, and it's going to be regardless of Joel Embiid's health status, which is what we're still waiting for. And I thought that was a big piece to it, right? So obviously, Joel Embiid, I think we would have gotten word if he was done for the season at this point, right? But I think he's going to miss some time. But they're going to go and make some additions because they also have to realize that if Embiid, let's say Embiid's out 3 to 4 weeks, that's 3 to 4 weeks of games that you need to keep on winning. They're never going to be in trouble of missing the playoffs. But at some point, you don't want to be like the 8th seed, right? Like you still want to be a top 4 seed. They're 5th in the East right now. So you got to improve your team a little bit. We've been waiting for a trade to happen. So Wendy reporting that regardless of what's going on with Joel Embiid, they're still going to make a move, but it doesn't look like it's going to be some big splashy trade. Remember at the beginning of the season, there was Levine, there was Donovan Mitchell. Who else was mentioned? There were so many reports about the big name player. DeRozan was popped up at one point. It's not going to be that, but it's going to be players to help with the way the team has been shaped up so far this season. And as we continue to get to that point, as we get closer to the deadline, which is soon, we're now in February, it happens this month, are you okay with that? I'll ask the question at 610-632-0975 on the side of our fans versus media conversation about what you actually believe is going on inside NovaCare. If the Sixers go into this trade deadline and make moves, but it's not the big splashy trade that we've kind of been accustomed to really for the last 5 years. I mean, it's been, even if there wasn't a big trade like the deadline last year, it was because they were still trying to figure out Embiid and Harden, right? Embiid and Harden, Jimmy Butler, Tobias Harris. So much has happened over the years that this might be actually more quiet, but it might almost be what's best for the team. And I think at this point, what we've seen out of this team is that you just need to add some role players, and role players, quality role player, like not like George Niang being your 6th man. You know what I mean? Like you need some depth. Now, Wendy in an article on ESPN was mentioned Rocco as a name that could be out on the move. I'm sorry, Ray.
I mean, that's your best friend, so I
no, it's gonna be tough.
Feel bad for the Fathers Club.
No, we'll stay in contact. Don't worry. He also mentioned Marcus Morris. It's any of these vets that might be able to be moved. Now, I like Morris on this team. I do. I don't necessarily want to see him trade. Obviously, I'd have to see the return. I'm not gonna completely sit here and say he's untouchable, but he's been a solid player on this team. And whenever he's gotten his opportunity to play, he's been, good for this squad. And I do think leadership is a big part of it. I do think veteran leadership is something that you can't just completely ignore. But yeah, we'll see. So Ray, if deadline comes to an end and, it's not Zach LaVine, but it's some solid role players, I imagine we're still happy, right?
Bring me a Bogdanovich.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of them. I don't care who.
I think I'm a Bogdan.
Bogdan. I'm a Bojan Bogdanovich guy.
Okay, so this will be the battle of the Bogdanoviches. That's fine. I can get behind it.
Bogdanovich would you rather have? 610.
The phone lines are lighting up with that one.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Bogdan's playing right now like he wants to get traded.
Yeah.
He is.
I get that.
He is right now. I remember last year I was in Houston for one of Eric Gordon's last games as a Rocket.
Yeah.
And he was playing like a man that wanted to get out of there. Like he was firing away. Bogdanovich right now is trying to get traded.
Yeah.
The way he's playing.
Bojan's actually having a tremendous season. He's shooting 41% from 3. He's averaging 20 a game. He's kind of the perfect fit to me. Like, I've been wanting him ever since I saw Maxey take that leap forward. I've been wanting him. But the more and more I've wanted him, the more and more reports come out that the Pistons don't want to move him. What are you're the Pistons. Like, what?
He's also averaged 20 on the Pistons.
Yeah, I know. I'm not expecting him to average 20 here. I just need him to hit a shot.
Hey, listen, that's fine.
Hit 40% from three. He's also averaging 20 a game for the Pistons, a team that there's not many options to guard, so you kind of have to focus on him. And he's still shooting 40% from three.
Who's playing their top defense against Pistons? What team's showing up like, we got to bear down defensively against this group?
Hey, listen, man. Bojan's no joke. He had 30 the other day against the Wizards.
See, Bogdan had back-to-back 24-point games.
Titans.
Yeah, so. Oh, wait, was that the win?
Yes.
Very, very good.
That's big, man. He put the team on his back.
Biggest game in Detroit that day.
Yeah. So we'll talk more about that as the show goes on. Andrew Brandt's going to be joining us in about 5 minutes. I want to read a couple more tweets about this media stuff because the people are anti-media. Mike checks in. Mike sound guy Mike. He says the quote just asking unquote question style of reporting is mostly the problem as I see it. For example, during training camp, a reporter asked the question about Hassan Reddick being underpaid and started a narrative that didn't need to be addressed going into a new season. All right, so the whole just asking questions. You just mentioned it during training camp. There's not much that goes on in training camp, right? Guys don't play in the preseason anymore. There's no storyline coming out. Like the training camp reports, I love it. Tim McManus on every day with the best show ever. I love it, right? Man, Moro Ojomo flashed today. Alberto had a nice one-handed catch. Remember Jalen Reagor? The one-handed catch? Oh, Reagor, come out season. There it is. Because he made a one-handed catch and it was a joint practice against the Patriots. Remember that?
Billy B's defense.
There's not much going on. So guys are looking to write stories. And, it's like us. We look for angles, right? I did this angle today because of some of the reaction yesterday, right? As to why we haven't had dynasties. And a lot of people responded with the media, which I thought was completely asinine, ludicrous, ridiculous, and just moronic. But whatever. It's fine. You want to blame the media for teams not winning championships? Okay, whatever. Wow. So they're looking for a story to write. And somebody sees, all right, Hassan Reddick is going to be up for a contract. That's nothing new. Mike, I'm just going to warn you right now, that conversation's coming up with Devontae Smith this year. Right? 2 years left on his deal. 2 years means 1 year. Right? That's kind of what it is. 2 years means 1 year. A.J. Brown had 2 years left on his deal with the Titans. It meant 1 year, right? Comes here, then they rework the deal. He gets the big contract, $100 million, 4-year extension, something like that, right? 2 years now means 1 year in the NFL. Because 1 year left on the deal, guys start holding out from camp. They don't show up. Teams like to avoid that. So that was a legitimate storyline during camp last year, and that reporter wanted to hear what Hassan Reddick had to say. Hassan Reddick also had every ability in the world to go, I'm not focused on that right now. I'm focused on camp. He had every opportunity to say that. Just like yesterday, we had the conversation about A.J. Brown and the trade speculation, right? He had every opportunity to say, I'm not getting traded. Like, unless the Eagles decide to move on from me, I don't want to go anywhere. I love being with the Philadelphia Eagles. He had every opportunity to do that, right? So, he didn't. So Hassan Reddick had every opportunity. Or, let me tell you something that also happens. Sometimes agents talk to the reporters. And sometimes the agents go, hey, Hassan wants a new contract. Just saying. That's all. All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Click. And so then that's in the reporter's mind. And the reporter wants to hear from Hassan Reddick himself. Instead of sources are telling me, which would be the agent. No, let me ask Hassan himself. Get his answer for it. So there is reasoning behind a lot of things. And it's not just always the evil media. The number to climb in is 610-632-0975 to chime in on this conversation. But right now we head to the Comcast Business Hotline. I'm very excited for this. He's doing tremendous work up the road at Nova, doing a lot of great work, sports and law, and, of course, still doing a great job with Monday Morning Quarterback. That, of course, is Andrew Brandt. Andrew, how you doing, man? It's good to talk to you.
Always good to be with you in my my new hometown here. People always ask me, how'd you end up in Philly and Green Bay? And I'm like, listen, I moved my wife to rural Wisconsin for 10 years.
Right.
She got to pick the next stop.
Yeah. And Philly's a good choice. The main line, beautiful place. So I'm glad you found new home here. And it's been great still reading your work on MMQB. And there's a lot that I want to get to today. I knew when I woke up this morning I wanted to speak to you about multiple topics. And the first thing I want to talk about is just from your experience as a GM with the Green Bay Packers. The Philadelphia Eagles had a major decision to make this year after that collapse. Nick Sirianni, stay or go, and obviously they kept him. What do you think went into the decision to keeping Nick Sirianni, and did you think it would go another way?
Yeah, I mean, there were two teams in the same division that obviously mirror each other in many ways, and a lot of people thought they'd make changes, the Cowboys and then, of course, the Eagles. I thought in both situations they probably would not because of success in other ways. On the Cowboys, a coach goes 12 wins the last 3 seasons. I know the playoff failure is there. It's hard to get rid of.
Right.
And here, it's more like, I mean, listen, everyone listening, and you know this, the Eagles are, not even one of, they are the most player and coach aggressive team in the league. And so there is that question. When I say aggressive, I mean they don't sit still with signing players, with trades, and with coaches. So, and that's being shown now, except for the head coach. I just think that when you get down to it, was Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie going to dismiss someone who led a team to Super Bowl 11 months ago?
Yeah, how hard is that?
That's really hard. I mean, obviously, I never had that opportunity, but it's really hard in just the optics. And the other thing I'm sure you debate every day on the shows is who knows what really happened?
Right.
I mean, there was obviously a backslide to that team, all kinds of rumors, all kinds of backstories, all kinds of theories, but who knows? And my sense is Sirianni was given a full forum to explain it. In no time limit, just tell us what happened. Tell us your version of what happened. Tell us what we think happened that's not right or not wrong. And whatever that meeting was, sitting down in Florida or wherever it was, that was instrumental. I mean, you guys all remember Doug Peterson had that meeting. And that was more about the coaching side, like who he was going to bring in on the coaching side. But I think there was part of it, like, how are we going to fix it? And the answers weren't good enough. So I think there was that come to Jesus meeting that Sirianni passed the test, assuming he'd be surrounded by new people.
Now, let me ask you this, because I'm glad you led into this. When Doug Peterson got fired, and we knew it, took almost 2 weeks for that to happen, just like the same situation with Nick Sirianni, the candidates that were out there, not as strong as the candidates that are available right now. Right? You have Bill Belichick. You have Mike Vrabel. Ben Johnson was still available at the time. Slowick was still available with the Houston Texans. Harbaugh was still available. How much does that go into it, too, knowing who was also available? Because it seems like Nick Sirianni did almost say, yes, sir, to Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie to keep his job.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I just think you can't go into a meeting with Sirianni saying that if he says the right things, he's staying, with the back of your mind like, we got these other coaches we need to think about hiring. It's like you made a commitment and you're going to stick with it. Listen, I think there's a lot of kind of narrative that a Bill Belichick or Mike Vrabel or Jim Harbaugh can just walk in and make a good team great.
Right.
I don't know if that's the case. And it's almost easier for those kind of coaches to walk into an underperforming, well, I know it's been underperforming the latter part of the year, but a not so good team and try to build them up. And And listen, you've seen the trend here, and I've just wrote about it, about how no one hired Bill Belichick. People want fresh-faced, young coaches they can grow with. I mean, is that ageism? Who knows? But no one's hiring Bill Belichick. No one's hiring Pete Carroll. And this is what the trend is. And, the Dave Canales of the world, this sort of square-jawed offensive coordinator, and that was and I guess still is, Nick Sirianni. That's the mold now. It's not the old grizzled coach who's done it for 30 years somewhere else.
Now, let me ask you something. There was a report, speaking of Belichick, coming out of Boston 2 days ago. We reacted to it yesterday, and I would love your expertise on this. There's a report out of Boston that the Eagles, once the Patriots season came to an end and you kind of saw what the direction of the Eagles season was going on, there may or may not have been some back channeling going on with Belichick to gauge his interest with the Eagles. How often does that happen? More than we might not know?
Yeah, I mean, tampering is a weird word because it sort of connotes this evilness. Listen, the NFL is an extremely small world, and especially for people who've been around as long as the Lurie's and the Rosemans and the Belichicks. You come across people, people, and if you don't know them that well, you know people that know them that well. So I don't know how to describe back channeling in that situation. I don't think it was, hey, Bill, can you want to coach here?
Right.
I think it may have been some kind of other conversation, which would not rise to the level of an offer or even an interview. So, yeah, I never know what to believe with that.
Right, and obviously you're not going to have an interview if there's no open position because obviously they kept Nick Sirianni as head coach. Now, if Nick Sirianni ever caught word of this, how important is it from the front office perspective to basically give that vote of confidence to your head coach so that they know going into the next season, obviously he's going to still be coaching for his job if his seat was already slightly warm, like just giving that vote of confidence, hey, you're our guy, go out there and do the best that you can do.
Yeah, I think it's hugely important. We're entering the dark days of the football calendar. There's not a game for the Eagles, for any other team except two, for 7 months, 8 months, a real game. So this is where, you gotta really love football, right? Because you're going to be sitting in those offices in the cold, dark winter, scouting players or thinking about free agents, but you're not dealing with players the next 3 months. So you've got to be motivated. And the one thing Sirianni has shown as a fan to me over the past few years is this guy has some good energy. And that it can be a big positive. I think it's been a big positive for this team throughout his time here. Again, the backsliding in the second half of this year, who knows why? Is it player versus player issues? Is it player versus coach issues? We've seen scapegoating with the coordinators. Is it that simple? This is one of those things where when people around the league look at the Eagles, they're like, something's going on there.
Right.
We don't know, but something's going on.
We're speaking to Andrew Brandt on the Comcast Business Hotline. So today's topic has been about reporting and what people, Eagles fans, truly believe. Because, Andrew, it seems like every time a report comes out that isn't like a glowing report about the Eagles, the media is the devil. They're the evil media. How dare they put out something? There was reports that came out on game day of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and guys like Tim McManus and Jeff McClain were attacked because they were killing the buzz going up to a playoff game, even though they're not fans. Their jobs are to cover the team. When it comes to these reports that come out, where might these reports be coming from based off of what you did in the past, right? Because there's been reports that sometimes the Howie Roseman may manipulate the media a little bit to try to get certain things out there that he wants out there. It seems like everybody just believes that it's not true. The media is trying to destroy the Eagles. How dare they do that? I imagine somebody is talking inside NovaCare.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I appreciate you asking me because I've been an agent many years, I was a team executive many years, and now I guess technically I am media.
Yes.
But what I am in media, what I am is an insight I trade in insight. I trade in perspective.
Right.
I don't trade in reports. I'm not a reporter. And the thing about reporters that I admire, their discipline to do and their work ethic, but I also just cringe that they have to do it, is sources. Because that's a tough job. Because you just mentioned it. Sources have agendas. Sources have agendas.
Right.
You know, what I experience all the time in contract negotiating was that, okay, I do a deal with an agent. I know what it's for, how many years, what money. And then I pick up the media the next day, and it's wrong. It's all wrong because the agent fluffed it and puffed it and put all the incentives that he's never going to hit in the number and all that stuff. So that happens all the time, and I kind of expect it from agents. Now, every deal you're going to read about in free agency, I can tell your listeners it's going to be about 30% more than it really is because the teams don't give the media the deals, the agents do.
Right.
You're talking about a more kind of inside the team stuff. I guess general managers do that to get their word out. You know, it's often to combat other sources, which are saying this is happening, and then they have to say this the other thing is happening. So I know that's not a direct answer. I just think that media has to rely on sources, and sources have agendas.
Yeah, I think like my agenda today is to try to bridge that gap, right, between fan and media member, because I'm in the middle, right? Like I am an Eagles fan, but I also react to what the reporters are doing. I speak to the reporters. I have reporters on weekly, right, and we have weekly conversations, and I get their word out there. But it just seems like all the time the reporter is the devil. How dare they say something like that? Whereas you are basically telling us, like, look, they're not making these things up. Somebody is talking.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the most important thing for media is credibility. And I'm fortunate people see me as credible on my lane, which is sports business, sports insight, sports law. And if you're an Eagles fan, you know, Jeff, Tim, the guys you mentioned, they're credible. Mm-hmm. Like, these are not fly-by-night guys. You know, you pick up national news, you read Peter King, that's credible.
Yeah.
Like, if he's saying something, well, yeah, that's right. So, again, trust the source. I mean, trust the media, but know that, you know, when people are around a long time and develop these relationships, they're credible.
Absolutely. Andrew, listen, I really appreciate your perspective on this. It's great talking to you. Great hearing from you. I'm glad everything's going well. You know, I know you got the symposium that goes on every once in a while.
Yeah.
Villanova. What's going on with Andrew Brandt these days?
Yeah, speaking of media, that's going to be our big topic in early April. We're going to talk about the change in media and streaming. So local people, put on your calendar the Villanova Symposium, April 5th. It's a Friday morning. And then everyone's asking about my newsletter, which I started recently. It's doing really well. Just sign up free. Andrew-Brandt.com comes out every weekend. Just all my thoughts and insights.
And it's incredible thoughts and incredible insights. Thank you so much, Andrew. I'm sure I'll be bugging you again soon.
No problem. Take care.
There he is, Andrew Brandt on the Comcast Business Hotline. See, I remember the symposium. See, I listen to the guests. You know, we talk. Notice what he said. Just listen. This is a man, agent, executive, reporter. Agents give reporters information. So he was once the guy that probably did that. He's a former executive, the Green Bay Packers. He knows when sometimes what's given by the agent is incorrect because he is the executive. He's the guy that has the paperwork in front of him. He's also the reporter and knows all these things too because he's now in that role. What I'm trying to get to today is the reporters are getting it from someone. And we said this earlier. There are agendas from the source. It's then up to the media member to then get multiple sources, right? To which these guys that are writing for big publications are doing. All right? An update on A.J. Brown I have for you. Whether you believe the source or not, I'll tell you about that
Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 11:51 here on the Midday Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Want to thank Andrew Brandt, who just joined us. That will be podcasted at 97.5thefanatic.com. A very interesting conversation. Very interesting conversation. He's a brilliant man, so I suggest you going back, listening to it at some point when it's podcast on the website. He's very, very bright. And I loved his perspective. You want to talk about agenda? There's a reason why I booked him today. All right, I had an agenda to have him on, but I could have been proven wrong by having him on. I was not. So today, and I'll get you this A.J. Brown update in a second. Also, I have something non-sports related that I want to get to later this segment. If you're just tuning in, here's what we're talking about today. Today, I want to talk about what's going on inside NovaCare and what you believe is the truth, which then leads into the fan and media conversation. The reason why I say I want to know what you believe is the truth is because every time a reporter that covers the Eagles on a daily basis puts something out that isn't sunshines and rainbows about the Eagles, that reporter gets backlash. Now, I get it. It comes with the job. Earlier this year, when I did a show on maybe Jalen Hurts takes a slight step back, got crushed for it. When you give opinion, that happens, especially when it's not something that everybody agrees with. We have done shows where the poll is 50-50, right? But if the 50% that doesn't agree with you feels a certain type of way, they'll let you know it, right? But every time a reporter puts something out about the Eagles, they get crushed. And it's, you're making this up, you hate the team, you're trying to do this, you're trying to do that, how could Jeff McClain know anything about Fletcher Cox if Fletcher Cox doesn't like him? Well, he's not speaking just to one person. He's talking to other people. So the reporters that cover these teams do a tremendous job at doing it. But I understand that you don't always believe what they're reporting, or maybe you just don't want to believe everything that they're reporting. But it's also the funny conversation of the report comes out the Monday morning of the Eagles-Buccaneers game that Jalen Hurts is unhappy with the direction of the offense, and that was reported by Tim McManus, and Tim McManus got crushed. Well, you watched the games the last 2 months of the season. You saw that they fell apart, right? Like, you saw that they went from the 1 seed to a wild card team. You saw them not just leaking oil, but they were driving the Flintstones car where they're using their feet. Like, it was pretty bad. You yourself as an Eagles fan saw that. Now, did you not want to read that the day of the game? Okay, that's fine. Would it have mattered if it was Sunday? Would it have mattered if it was Tuesday, the day after the game? The story was exactly what you had been seeing, and the story is what a lot of people agreed with. I don't remember hearing a "I love the Eagles" offense call. Do you remember any of those calls? Talent-wise, people like A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, DeAndre Swift, when they used them, the offensive line, Jalen Hurts, right? But I don't remember hearing actually, the offense is pretty good. The play call, I like the bubble screen. I don't remember hearing a single caller saying they like the bubble screen. You know what? They should throw less slants over the middle of the field against blitzes. I don't remember any of those calls. I listen pretty well. I have a pretty good memory. Bringing up the symposium. I haven't talked to Andrew Brandt in like 3 years. I remember the symposium. I remember these things, right? So I remember that nobody was complimentary of the Eagles' offense, the game plan, and the play calls itself, which is why Brian Johnson would trend on a weekly basis, right? But when a reporter puts out the story about it, I thought that would be celebrated. Like, yeah, I'm glad that Jalen doesn't like the direction of the offense, nor should he. Instead, Tim McManus gets eviscerated because it's game day. So I don't understand why that is an aspect. I would love to get your opinion on that at 610-632-0975 because I know that all of you have an opinion on it. I read it every day. I see the reaction every day. I know you have an opinion on it. But I would also love to get your opinion on what you truly believe is happening inside NovaCare because of all the reports that have been out there. Some you may believe, some you may not believe. I would like to know what you believe is the truth that's happening inside NovaCare. Is Jalen Hurts not seeing eye to eye with Nick Sirianni? Did it get to the point of Brian Johnson, and that's why Brian Johnson got fired? Is Jalen Hurts not seeing eye to eye with some of his teammates? I remember when Jeff McClain said some of his teammates wish Jalen Hurts would just change his attitude a little bit, and people didn't like that. Well, it continues to come out a little bit, and by other reporters as well. So there might be something to it. Now, I do remember some people calling in as the season's gone on, and they would complain that Jalen Hurts would show no emotion on the sideline. Well, maybe some of the players took exception to that. Why is it okay for Jim in South Philly to say it, but not Jeff McClain of the Inquirer? Not Chris Franklin of NJ.com, not Tim McManus of ESPN. Like, why? What is that disconnect? I would love to hear from you at 610-632-0975. Now, speaking of reports, this name, man, I haven't heard this name in a long time. Remember Benjamin Albright?
Yes.
So Benjamin Albright is out of Denver, covers the Broncos. There was a weird year where he had every bit of information for the Eagles. Whatever source he had, knew everything. And he was spot on with everything. And then eventually, he was wrong on a lot of things because that source was either out of touch or maybe given wrong information just to see if they had a leak inside the building, or maybe he wasn't even in the building anymore. So take with it the way you want to. But he tweeted this out about 40 minutes ago, a text that he received from an Eagles team source on Twitter rumors about A.J. Brown. Notice not reports or anything, just Twitter rumors. Quote, "We're not trading A.J. Brown. We haven't looked into it. We haven't discussed it. We are not trading him." You can print that. I don't know who Benjamin Albright's source is. I'm not about to ask him for his source, but I think that's accurate. I've not heard a single reporter talk about A.J. Brown being traded. So I'm going to run with that.
I'm kind of disappointed, for the Tyrese Maxey, we're not trading Maxey thing. We got the Windhorse Theater.
Oh, yeah.
They
wouldn't trade him for Prime Jordan.
Right. Rookie LeBron James.
I asked Maury about that to his face at the gala.
Oh, yeah, I do remember hearing that.
I was like, there was a report out there that you weren't going to trade Maxey for Prime Jordan. And I kind of paused and said, we won't talk about that, but how do you feel about the growth of Tyrese Maxey?
I mean, it was tremendous theater. I kind of want, Rappaport to get on NFL Network and, talking to people around the Eagles. The word about the hypotheticals posed on social media about A.J. Brown.
They wouldn't trade him for Prime Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice is available? No way.
Right, exactly.
You want to give us Tom Brady in his prime? No shot.
Not going to happen. He's our guy, and we're sticking with him.
You could give us your next 46 first-round picks, and they would tell you, don't even bother.
Right.
I kind of want a good theater here.
So there's a little update on A.J. Brown. According to Benjamin Albright, who covers the Broncos, they're not going to trade A.J. Brown. One other thing, and I'm going to bring up this non-sports thing in a second, but, it is amazing to me. So I do this all the time. I know something, but then when you read it, it's even more amazing.
Yes.
Right? So Adam Schefter put out a tweet. The coaches that did not get a job during this cycle. And it's amazing, man. Of course, number one on the list is Bill Belichick.
Oh, no. What, the NFL decide that it's passed him by?
How'd you feel about what Andrew Brandt had to say?
What, that you can't just assume that bringing in Bill Belichick will make a good team a great team?
Yeah, but you can assume Dave Canales will.
I didn't say you could assume. But everybody, oh yeah, bring in the guy. Yeah,
I would give it a shot. Greatest
the
coach
guy that trusted Matt Patricia to run an offense.
Greatest
in the year
coach of all
2022.
time.
Yeah.
You know, a guy that probably deserves respect from his players.
Probably deserves respect for it. Doesn't mean he's going to earn it. Doesn't mean he's just going to walk in the door. Oh, the Patriot way. Let's bring it down to Philadelphia.
Patriot way had 6 rings.
Oh,
you know.
yeah, it did have 6 rings.
With
Absolutely.
Tom Brady.
Well, I didn't say with Tom Brady. Did you hear me say with Tom Brady? I didn't say that.
to.
No, I didn't say that. That's not. I have never walked down that path.
You were going to give me TB40.
No. He's the greatest coach of all time. The game's passed it by. He's 72. You know what he needs? He needs 15 more wins. He will use you for the 15 more wins, and then he will leave. Okay?
Can those 15 wins be in one season?
No, and they won't be.
Including another Super
They
Bowl?
will not be. If he gets you to the postseason, he's happy. If he does 2 seasons
with a
where
good
it's 7
roster,
and
with a
8,
good roster, he might be able to.
if he does 2 seasons with your team, gets 7 wins, 8 wins, he's going to say, hey, good luck on the mess. I appreciate you. I'm the all-time leader.
So Bill Belichick, number 1. Pete Carroll, number 2. I was not surprised by Pete. Forget the whole front office role. I like Pete Carroll. Successful head coach. I mean, look, Super Bowl champion. They got back to another one. Still to this day, I have no idea why they didn't run it with Marshawn Lynch. Not that I know he didn't make the play call, but still, you're the head coach.
Not great.
You gotta say, hey, no, we're not going to run a slant on the goal line.
And it's crazy how that just evaporated that entire run. After that,
Oh, it's done. Yeah,
everyone hated each other.
yeah, because they were probably wait, really? What? I mean, you just hand the ball off to Marshawn Lynch. He was the most dominant running back of his era. Oh God.
Still, the wildest thing is that none of them had Russell Wilson's phone number.
Yeah,
That they didn't have his phone number at all. That
they had to go through his
through
people.
somebody.
Yeah, weird, Mr. Unlimited.
Mr. Unlimited.
The next name, Mike Vrabel, which I am surprised he didn't get hired.
As am I.
That was shocking to me. I'm still shocked Tennessee fired him. Still, it's not his fault. It's Will Levis and Malik Willis and Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, I got you.
He also didn't seem too keen on trading A.J. Brown.
No, it's not all his fault. But again,
I was surprised they moved on from him.
7-3 to 7-10, and then the season they had this year.
Yeah. And there was the 1 seed where they lost after the bye.
Yeah.
I know. Look, I get it.
I don't agree with it, but I can see the frustration.
Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, right? Some big names that were out there. Anthony Weaver was a big name out there. Eric Bieniemy goes through another coaching cycle where he does. I don't know if he's ever going to get a head coaching job. I mean,
he doesn't even have a. Does he have an OC job yet?
I don't think they ever parted ways.
I don't
remember seeing the Commanders parting ways. Now, Dan Quinn has every
right.
In case you're just tuning in, Dan Quinn was hired by the Commanders this morning to be the head coach. He has every opportunity to move on from him if he wanted to, but I'm stunned. Ajiro Avero, I know he interviewed with the Atlanta Falcons. He's going to be a candidate down the road. And Mike Kafka, he's another guy who his name has been popping up for 4 or 5 years now. Where's he at nowadays?
Giants.
Oh, jeez.
Giants OC. He's the only coordinator that survived that Giants season.
Yeah, it's true. He's another guy that I don't know. Maybe he needs a big year out of Daniel Jones, but good luck.
I would be lateral moving my way out of there.
But seeing those coaches that are available, I'm sure also makes, as we talked about yesterday, some coaches sweat a little bit. Like a Nick Sirianni and Mike McCarthy, who were maybe on the hot seat, maybe not. We're not 100% sure. They got another chance. I read an article from Tim McManus today, and it's one of those I figured as such, but it just makes you think a little bit. It was all about Kellen Moore and, what to expect out of a Kellen Moore-led offense, how it could help Jalen Hurts, and how they have to obviously work well together and blah, blah, blah. It's going to be different. It's not his, Uncle Brian Johnson. It's Kellen Moore, right? Somebody that he doesn't know. And at the end, one of the last paragraphs, it was, if all goes well, they made the right decision to keep Nick Sirianni. Everything's great. If it doesn't, more changes are coming. So, this is the prove it year for Sirianni. He himself said he has to reprove himself in his press conference. Speaking of, forgot to mention this. So yesterday, we talked a lot about this Bill Belichick report. out of Boston about how the Eagles may have done some back channeling with Bill Belichick. And if Nick Sirianni did not agree or come up with a good plan, how about that? To be pro Sirianni. If Sirianni didn't come up with a good enough plan for this season, they would have parted ways with Sirianni, and Bill Belichick would have been on their list. The man that reported that, his name is Greg Bedard. He covers the Patriots for the Boston Sports Journal. He was on our sister station in Boston, 98.5 The Hub. He will be joining us coming up at 12:30 to talk more about it because he was on a Boston sports radio station. So that was it. It was that statement, the follow-up, what he said, and then they moved on to other Patriot issues, right? Because they're now finding a new head coach for the first time in 20 years, right? They didn't really talk much more about the Eagles. It obviously piqued my interest, and I figured it'd be a good idea to have him on the show to dive a little bit deeper into that. So he'll be joining us coming up at 12:30. Let's go to the phones. Then I have a non-sports thing, but I don't want to do that before Uncle Frank because then we go all over the place. What's up, Uncle Frank?
Yeah, don't distract me with bringing something else up. Happy Thursday, boys.
What's up, Uncle Frank?
My man. Hey, so, by the way, Andrew, you have morphed into a fabulous interviewer.
Oh, I'm sorry that I didn't respond. I appreciate your DM yesterday. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah, Andrew's great. And Coach yesterday,
Coach Edwards. Oh, yeah. I mean, Ray ran through the wall. We had to hire a company to fix it. I didn't know Ray had it in him.
So, yeah, I don't think he does. But anyway, so regarding what's going on in our sports complexes locally, and contrary to popular belief, Andrew, I don't think you're fabricating everything just for ratings, you know?
No, I don't think so either.
No. So, obviously, I have care and concern, right? What I hear, I don't pay a lot of attention to. I'm not a big social media guy, but, you know, the McLeans, the McManuses of the world, you guys, you know, the players, everybody's got to do their job, right? Mm-hmm. Yada, yada, yada. All I know is whilst embarking on the NFL postseason, I think it's great for you guys. I mean, you should have Embiid, Jalen, and AJ on your Christmas card list because they're giving you nice talks.
Plenty of content. You know? Plenty of content, yeah.
That it's beautiful. You know, but real quick, if I may, moving forward, my concern is in Howie, who regarding the draft reminds me of a power hitter. He's either sending it out
boom or bust,
or a big whiff. So can he orchestrate a build of a team after giving the quarterback his money? You know, right, guys, the last two Super Bowls, the quarterbacks were on rookie contracts, so Howie had money to build around them. Now, let's see what he can do.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be this. I said this yesterday, Uncle Frank, and I appreciate the call. I think this might be Howie Roseman's biggest draft this year because he has to replenish, but he also has to keep a team that is talented, right? Like, this is a talented team. 10-1 to 11-6 and losing the playoffs, put that aside for a second. We know that the talent is there. Something just freaking happened that I still don't have an answer for. And we might never get an answer for. But this team is talented. So Howie Roseman's draft this year might be his most important because he has to replenish, have guys that are ready to start, right? Maybe move some draft picks to bring in other starters, guys that are at the end of their rookie year, maybe starting their rookie deal, starting their second deal. It's a pretty big draft for Howie Roseman. And as Jordan Davis doesn't really take that huge leap forward yet, the talk about Howie Roseman drafting is starting to creep back up again, even though everybody was on board with the picks, except for those of us who wanted Kyle Hamilton. A lot of people were on board with the picks the last 2 years. And it seems like that Howie Roseman can't draft talk is creeping back up a little bit. That will either increase or he could squash it. Now, we won't know in April. We'll know as the season goes on and the talent that they pick up. But it's not just about drafting itself. It's also the draft day moves, to which he's done pretty good with. All right. We'll dive more into this next. We also have Greg Bedard, who put out that rumor about the Eagles and the back channeling with Bill Belichick. That comes your way at 12:30. But think about comfort television. So earlier this week, it was the 25-year anniversary of Family Guy, man. You were born. You and Family Guy are in lockstep. You've actually grown. Stewie is still a child.
Well, I mean, yeah, I've grown up. But Family Guy's older than I am.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I
keep
sorry.
aging me here, man.
Yeah, sorry.
I feel like I'm aging every day, but you don't need to make me feel
That's
that
true.
way.
Yeah. Family Guy, 25 years. I can't believe it. I can tell you I have not been watching it all 25 years because at the age of 5, I don't think it was very appropriate for me.
You weren't binging it?
No. That show still rules, by the way. It's incredible. It is something that I can always fall back on, right? Anthony used to call it the click and stick, right? What is that show that you can all, like, you know, that term's kind of out the window now because not everybody has cable. It's more streaming and it's always available. What is that show that you can always fall back to? Or movie that you can always fall back to? I like to have a little bit of fun because it is, you know, still down the dumps about a lot of things, and we're still awaiting word on Joel Embiid and his status. So it's not like we're sitting here excited for the report. We're sitting here dreading the report and hoping for good news. So when that comes out, we promise to give it to you. But your comfort television or movie or whatever, I'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Greg Bedard, the guy who put out that rumor about the Eagles back channeling with Bill Belichick. I'm going to dive deeper into that with him coming up at 12:30, right? 1220, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Just talking to Ricky Bowe and Tyrone during the break, having some fun about empty buildings. Explain that in a second. 12 o'clock hour brought to us by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at servicefirsthvac.com. I'm going to open up the conversation about comfort shows in a second, but there's a restaurant in Manioc. It's an Italian restaurant that's been closed for. So I lived there for 6 years. It was closed before I moved in. You've probably walked past it. It's on a corner. You've definitely, I mean, as you're perusing around Main Street, you've walked past it. I don't know what it's called. I forget what it's called.
I probably don't recall it anyways.
The tables are still set. It's
nice.
No, but it's eerie, dude. Like, this thing's been closed. Lights off for at least 8 years. Ricky said, I moved out 2 years ago. He said it's still there. So, like, it's been about 8 years. And the tables are still set. Like, it's weird, man.
Man, they're always ready. Anybody gets back there,
I guess so.
ready to go. Or deep into the hours, somebody's serving up food.
Well,
Somebody's having the time.
you know, you start having theories about fronts and all kinds of stuff.
Hey, man, whoa. I don't know.
No, it's closed. It's not open. Like, I don't think they there's a for sale sign, everything.
Nah, that's not for sale. That's an operating restaurant.
Yeah.
That's a speakeasy right there.
Yeah,
Hiding
sure.
in plain sight.
All right. Greg Bedard coming up at 12:30. If you're not aware of the name Greg Bedard, I will remind you what we talked about yesterday when it came to the reporting about the Eagles doing back channeling with Bill Belichick. I'll get to that in a second, but I want you got to go into your memory bank here, Ray. Dig deep into it. It might not be even that far long ago. So our man NBA Slime puts out a tweet randomly right around noon. So not even half an hour ago. Javon Curse, Eagles signing as breaking news on the ESPN News bottom right corner is a core memory of mine. I know exactly the last thing I saw Philadelphia related that was breaking news on TV, on ESPN. And it was when the Eagles signed Nnamdi Asomugha, which is the same day the Phillies traded for Hunter Pence, which is probably why I was watching, right? Like, I wanted to see coverage of the Hunter Pence trade. And then all of a sudden, breaking news, the Philadelphia Eagles have signed Nnamdi Asomugha to it was like a 6-year deal or something like that. I remember where I was sitting on my couch in the family room at my parents' at my childhood home. They moved out in 2017, so I haven't been in that house for 7 years now. Do you remember the last thing Philadelphia related that you saw? Because think about it. It's notifications, right? It's scrolling Twitter. It's so much reporting now because reporting has gotten incredible, right? Like, I know people hate reporters, evil media. There's so much information out there that you almost expect things to happen. Trade deadline day has now become a festival. Now, we do this for a living, so sometimes we're on the air when it's happening, so we're not watching television and watching all that kind of stuff. I also don't know the last time I watched some of these shows. I really don't. Like, I watch games, and that because I also do this, so it's like, sometimes I just tired, right? So, do you remember the last thing that you saw that was Philadelphia related that was breaking news on television?
No. I remember recently at my apartment.
Okay.
Something came up on the bottom line. I literally just texted my roommate because he was there for it. And we learned something for the first time on the bottom line.
Okay.
And I was like, wow, I can't tell you the last time I remember that happening where I learned something because it came across on the screen.
Right.
Like, I that's just not how I consume news. Like, the most newsworthy thing I can remember, like, recently Philadelphia sports where I know where I was a notification. Like, I just...
Right.
It's always notifications, but there was something on the bottom line. I don't think it was Philadelphia related. I'm trying to, like you said, it's difficult for me to go back in the brain here and try and figure out what it was, but I remember it was on that bottom line, and I was like, wow, I can't tell you the last time that happened. And I can't now remember what it was, but I remember the moment being so significant over the last month because we were sitting there and it broke into this conversation.
Right, where you're like, wow, when's the last time something like this happened?
And we couldn't. We were like, yeah, I just, and especially I think, not that you are that much older than I am, but
no,
there's a decent enough gap where a lot of my consumption has been, hey, notification. We got a notification here. Whether it be, the 1,000 Twitter notifications I have set up so I don't miss anything, or whether it be the fact that, ESPN app just sent you this happened, because that was more what it was when I was younger, and then it became Twitter notifications for everyone, everything, and all times, and now I can...
I think I've honestly heard more breaking news on the radio, listening to the station, than watch it, because it seems like everything always happens right after the show ends. Like, about teams.
Yeah, that is true.
How about a little...
Trospa. Yeah, seriously, man.
But it's just interesting, like, thinking about that, how much times have changed, right? That's when it used to, like, it was like, let me watch, I got to watch SportsCenter. See, and, it's not the same anymore, man.
I mean, it's not that I love it, but I think one of the cool things about the notification is then the group chats.
Oh, yeah, they start buzzing.
Yeah, it's like who can get it. It's like a secondary battle in my friend group, at least, where we're not reporting it, but we're reporting it to the friend group. And it's like there's 3 of my friends that try and get the news from the newsbreaker into the group chat first. So they're the one that alerts the group chat first. Like it's Woj versus Shams. It's like one friend versus another of who can get the report in first. And that's become a fun game for us.
Now, maybe my memory is incorrect about the Nnamdi thing.
No.
Ryan just checked it. Now, I feel like this is a little different. The A.J. Brown trade during the draft.
Oh, I know exactly where I was for that.
Now, I say it's different because I'm watching the draft for stuff to happen, either a pick or a trade. Whereas I was watching SportsCenter because it was, I want to see what are they saying about Hunter Pence. And then boom, there's this signing that the Eagles got Nnamdi Asomugha. So I would say yes to Ryan. That's probably the last thing. That's probably the last one. But drafts aside, because you're sitting there watching the draft, and that's when news is breaking left and right, even if it's not your team.
Yeah, even though it's different, I think, for you who doesn't have a ton of notifications or notifications at all, because
sometimes it's before you see it
before you see it
it's
on the screen. Yeah. But I remember I was in Maxie's for that draft.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I was enjoying a Thursday evening at Maxie's, and that popped up on the screen, and the place
went nuts, I'm sure.
Nuts.
And now, they're going to trade him. Just joking, guys. That's not happening. I've been telling you that from the beginning.
Now we're cutting that. That's the sounder for tomorrow's promo.
Yeah, sure.
Andrew Salchunas says, trade A.J. Brown.
All right, so coming up in 2 minutes, we're going to be joined by Greg Bedard. Greg covers the Patriots for the Boston Sports Journal. He was on our sister station in Boston 2 days ago, but we reacted to it yesterday during the show. I know the best show ever talked about it as well. I talked to him about it. So here's what Bedard had to say. He said they were talking about Bill Belichick. Obviously, it's the Patriots, right? He was hearing at the Senior Bowl, which is going on right now, that the Eagles were very interested in Bill Belichick if things didn't work out with Nick Sirianni, and they could be at the front of the line if things again go poorly for Sirianni next year. One of the hosts follows up and said, didn't things not work out with Sirianni? Like, what does that mean? They got blown out in the first round. To which Bedard responded with, well, yes, but similar to Doug Peterson after the 2020 season. Doug Peterson was coming back until he had that postseason meeting with Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie, and they wanted Doug Peterson to do certain things, fire certain people, and he wouldn't do it, so he got fired. Apparently, Nick Sirianni was amenable to all that stuff, so they decided for one more year to keep him. So what I am getting out of this is that if Nick Sirianni was not on board with what Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie wanted to do, what I'm getting from this is that they would have fired Nick Sirianni, and Bill Belichick would have been a very intriguing hire for them. He continued by saying, I told you guys that before the end of the season, teams had already reached out to Bill, back-channeled on Bill. I thought the Falcons were definitely one of them. I'm now pretty convinced that the Eagles were the other one. When things were going south, they thought this might end poorly with Sirianni, and I wouldn't be surprised, given the relationship that Howie and Bill have, that the Eagles were one of those teams to back channel through Bill. That was done by the reporting of Greg Bedard, who covers the Patriots for the Boston Sports Journal. He was on our sister station in Boston, 98.5, the Sports Hub. So he's going to join us momentarily here to talk more about it, because obviously, I texted him this morning. I was like, hey, man, Andrew from the Fanatic, saw your report. It obviously, piqued my interest. So he's going to come on momentarily. We're trying to connect with him. I'll shoot him the whole where we are calling now text, Ray. We are calling now, even though I sent him the number earlier. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to hearing it because, as I said earlier, if you're the hosts of the of the show in Boston, you're not going to continue talking about the Eagles. You're going to get back to the Patriots coverage that they're doing. Now I will have 10 minutes or so to dive a little deeper into this with Greg from his perspective that Bill Belichick potentially could have come here. Do me a favor. I just shoot him a text. I tell him to call in. Hopefully we're not having some issues. He's going to call in. He just got back to me. All right. See, working on the fly. This is what live radio, baby. Welcome. It's how you can adapt to the scenario at hand, the situation at hand. He may know the situation. He may know that people can't call. My mom, for some reason, I can't call her. She has to call me. There's people that have the phone issues. So there he is. He's calling in right now. Ray's working with it. And, so it's going to be interesting. All right. The conversation about whether or not the Eagles did do their due diligence on Bill Belichick. Due diligence on the greatest coach of all time, who Ray Dunn doesn't want. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline from the Boston Sports Journal, Greg Bedard. Greg, how you doing today? Thanks for coming on.
Good. What's up, Andrew?
So I texted you, as you can imagine, here in Philadelphia, that the report or the rumor, however you want to phrase it, because I know you said the rumor out of the Senior Bowl, it piqued our interest here a little bit in Philadelphia. So I would love for you to expand on that because, as I was saying before we got you on, Felger and Maz, they're talking Patriots, so they're going to get back to the Patriots conversation. I got you here in Philly now for a couple of minutes. So if you can expand a little bit what you're hearing out of the Senior Bowl about the Eagles and their interest level of Bill Belichick.
So again, now, this is just rumor out of the Senior Bowl, which we tend to do when you get a bunch of agents, coaches, personnel executives, and media members out and about in Mobile. But the most interesting rumor I heard, and I heard it from a few different people, was that the rumor is that if the Eagles decided to move on from Nick Sirianni, and you never know with Howie. I have a great deal of respect for Howie, but he and Jeffrey Lurie can sort of change positions on a dime, as we saw with Doug Peterson and what happened there, where it looked like he was going to be back, and suddenly he was out after Doug wouldn't agree to certain staffing changes and things like that. And I think they were headed into the same sort of meeting with Nick Sirianni. And so I think, from my impression, was that Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie were keeping their options open, depending on what happened with Nick Sirianni. And now, nobody told me this, but my belief from talking to people around Bill Belichick as this season was going down the tubes for the Patriots, and it was becoming apparent that he was no longer going to be the Patriots head coach, there were definitely some back channels from teams. I know that for a fact, either to Belichick or from Belichick before the end of the Patriots season. I'm pretty sure that Atlanta was one of the teams. Now, after talking to people, I'm reasonably sure that the Eagles were another one of the teams. As sort of their season was spiraling out of control, it makes sense certainly from Howie's perspective that he would keep his options open. So in the end, they decided not to make a move with Nick Sirianni, but I do think that the sort of pipeline has been opened to Belichick. I think that he is a possibility for the Eagles should things go poorly again next year. He and Howie have a tremendous relationship. He has a lot of respect for Jeffrey Lurie. So that's sort of what I know at that point. Again, I would just want to stress this is rumors. I'm not reporting anything.
Right.
But just what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the guys that covers the Eagles here for the Philadelphia Inquirer, I had him on weekly. He was on Tuesday earlier this week, and I was like, "So what's going on in Mobile? Like, who are the players you're looking at?" He goes, "I'm not here for the players. I'm here for for talking to agents and everything else." So I get what you're doing down there, and it's great. So let me ask you, based off of what you heard, the rumor mill that is down there. Let's say the Eagles did part ways with Nick Sirianni after the season. What the Eagles have done over the last couple of years, obviously there was the Chip Kelly splashy hire, but before that it was the unknown Andy Reid. After Chip, it was the unknown Doug Peterson. After Doug Peterson, it was the unknown Nick Sirianni. It's very uncharacteristic for them to have gone after a guy like Bill Belichick. How legit could it have been that Bill Belichick would have come here to Philadelphia?
Was that Inquirer reporter? Was that Jeff McClain?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Jeff's one of my good buddies. I love Jeff.
Awesome.
He does a great job.
Yes, he does.
Has for years. So I understand what you're saying about the different scenarios and how he has done things in the past. I just think this is a little bit different because I think of where the roster is. I'm sure, certainly Howie thinks his roster is always, right there. I think the Eagles probably look at it as, I don't know if our roster is going to get any better than this. And there are certain guys on that team, be it, Jordan Davis or Nakobe Dean or whoever, where maybe they're unhappy with the progress that they're making. And they think that a guy like Bill Belichick could come in with a talent-rich team where, look, I still think the world of Bill as a coach. I mean, he's not quite throwing 100 like he used to, but he's still throwing 92 and getting by. Where he's fallen off is personnel, especially offensive personnel. He has no feel for that. He's completely disconnected from it. Bill, the prospect of having just Bill the coach is very appealing to me, even at his age. And I think Howie and Jeffrey could look at it as a situation where, look, this roster is really good. Where is our salary cap? How long can we keep this together? Do we try for a Bill Belichick for 2 or 3 years? And we're the type of organization where we're not looking for a long-term marriage. We like to keep things fresh. We're not afraid of change. Well, that'll give me time to find sort of the next guy that can lead us to a Super Bowl. So I think in a lot of circumstances, I think it would work for the Eagles. I know it's not their typical hire, but just where they are, and I think that roster is as good as anybody's in the league. I just think the development and the coaching just isn't quite there. And if Howie sees it that way, who better than Bill Belichick to come in and put them over the top?
Would Belichick and Howie work well together?
Certainly initially. Bill has a tremendous amount of respect for Howie Roseman. They've done a ton of trades over the years. I think Bill respects how he came up, even though he wasn't a football guy, and Bill definitely tends towards more football guys. He worked his way up the ladder, and Bill has a lot of respect for people who, do it the right way and go through the trials and tribulations and to get where they are. And I think I would assume that this hiring cycle has been humbling to Bill Belichick. I think that he thought he had the Falcons in his back pocket. I think that's why the press conference with Robert Kraft happened, why everything went so well. From people who know Bill, they said he was in a great place after that. Basically, with the thought of, I think he had the thought of, yeah, Robert, I'll do whatever you want. Give me my $25 million. I'm going to the Falcons. Like it's already done. But then the Falcons thing got screwed up. Now at this point, if I don't know how many people are going to he's now going to be 73 when he gets back into coaching, if he gets a job. I don't know how many people are ready to turn their entire franchise over to Bill Belichick, especially what's happened without Tom Brady here. So the prospect of Bill just working and Howie picking the players, and Howie's good at retrofitting what the team needs to the head coach and the coordinators. I think they work fine.
So you think this is something here in Philly that we should probably be keeping a close eye on as this season kicks off, and if it's not going off on the right foot, I don't think they'd bring in Bill Belichick mid-season. But the following year, is this something that we should keep a close eye on? Based off of your feel and the rumors.
Yeah, I mean, I would Yeah, I would keep an eye on it. And here's the thing from, talking to other people, who know Bill well and sort of, the way he thinks. And I even heard Mike Lombardi say this on a podcast a couple weeks ago, which sort of sent my antenna up about maybe Atlanta's not going that well, where Mike brought up that maybe Bill sits out this year, and it's not about the jobs that are open this year, it's the jobs that could be open next year. Mm-hmm. And you're talking about, if Bill Belichick's there, the Cowboys could be involved. The Eagles could be involved, both in the same division.
Right.
The Bills could be in play. There's a lot of teams that could be in play a year from now that would probably be more attractive jobs than, say, the Falcons. I mean, who wants to go to Atlanta and they don't have a quarterback or anything like that? So, yeah, I think Bill is going to be a major name a year from now, and I think, depending on what happens with the Eagles, I think the Eagles are going to be involved in that.
Greg, listen, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on. You piqued our interest yesterday. I know our afternoon show was playing the clip from the show that you were on, and you were a big part of the content yesterday, which we appreciate. And I'm glad you were able to come on and expand a little bit on that. But it's definitely something that we're going to keep an eye on. I appreciate it.
Anytime. I didn't know there were that many Felger and Mavs fans in Philly, but I'm here for it.
You know how it goes, man. Somebody say something about the Eagles, it's going to come through in Philadelphia. Trust us. Greg, listen, I appreciate it, man.
Anytime. Thanks.
There he is, Greg Bedard, who covers the Patriots for the Boston Sports Journal. Interesting. How does it feel hearing it from him, more so than us reading the comments? I know he's saying rumors, but he's saying he heard it from multiple people.
Rumors.
It's rumors.
It's rumors.
Based off of what you heard, if they fired Sirianni, do you think Bill Belichick would have been the head coach? Whether you liked it or not, do you think he would have been the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah.
I found it interesting that it almost seems like this walk of life, it might just be to focus on coaching and let Howie do his job.
Yeah, he's down from 100 to 92. Let's just hope the arm doesn't fall off while he's your coach.
Jamie Moore is World Series champion, man.
And we still talk about Jamie Moore because he was one of how many that did it that long? At that level, with that arsenal?
He was in his 40s in 08.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
And Belichick's going to be 73 the next time he's a head coach.
I would love to hear your reaction to that. That according to, rumors down at the Senior Bowl, now multiple, the Eagles were intrigued. But they brought Nick back because they gave Nick a chance to say yes, sir, in my opinion. They gave Nick a chance to get his coordinators that he handpicked, right? They gave him a chance. He said, this is my plan, and he's back for another year. Well, now all of a sudden there's an opening. Maybe next year, the pipeline, as he points out, Greg Bedard. Would love to hear your thoughts on it. 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Sal, Tunes, The Midday Show. every night now with the idea that Bill Belichick could have been the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Am I right? I did actually sleep really well last night. But, now that I spoke to the man who was talking about the rumors. Again, not reporting. Talking about the rumors. That's what the Senior Bowl is all about, right? A lot of rumor mongering down there. By the way, he's a big Jeff McClain fan. I appreciated that.
As one should be.
Maybe Greg Bedard now he respects me.
Okay, let's not get crazy.
I have Jeff on. Me and Greg, good buddy. Me and my buddy.
Okay. I got
me and my good buddy Eric Bedard.
Eric Bedard.
Greg
well,
Bedard.
you're doing real great with him. Good job.
Left-handed pitcher.
Yep. Oh,
Eric
no, I know who you were going with.
Hold on. How many? Let's see. I'm gonna test you. Eric Bedard, because I know he bounced around. Here we go. Eric Bedard. Can you name? Played for 6 teams.
Orioles?
Yes.
Diamondbacks?
No.
Oh.
There's one that I know specifically. There's your clue.
You know specifically. Oh, Mariners?
Yes.
Okay. Mariners. A's?
Now it's tough because it's all 1-year deal. Baltimore is 5, Seattle was 3.
Yeah.
The other 4 are 1-year deals.
Oh, man. Eric Bedard. Orioles. Mariners.
One
Blue Jays.
I think you should remember. No.
Oh, wow.
In that division, though, with 2 teams.
Don't tell me the Rays tried the reclamation project.
Rays? That was his last team.
Yeah, of course it was. The Rays either turn you into another 3 or 4 years, or they tell you get lost.
Right.
So you said another one in that division that's not the Orioles?
Yeah. So he made the tour.
It was either the.
You're down to 2. Pick
let's
one.
go Red Sox.
Yes, correct.
Oof, there you go. All right.
He was with Houston, his second to last season.
That doesn't count.
There's one National League team. And I'll have to pull up the game logs. I'm pretty sure he pitched against the Phillies in 2012.
2012.
Now I know that's not really a memorable year for the Fightins.
No, I mean pretty locked in.
I was on to something. Not only did he pitch against the Phillies, it was opening day against the Phillies.
It's not the Nationals.
Nope.
Who did they play opening day 2012? Oh,
Roy Halladay got the best of them in a 1-0 win.
Wow. Tells you where the 2012 Phils were at. No Howard in that lineup to open that season. Let's see. Ooh, who'd they play opening day?
Eric Bedard went 7 strong for your Pittsburgh Pirates.
I'm actually disappointed on that one. That's a major take my baseball lifer card away from me on that one.
Roy Halladay goes 8 strong, 2 hits, no earned, and his first career save as a member of the Phillies. Your leader in franchise history in saves, Papelbon. How about that? We talked to Bedard, Eric Bedard, Boston, Jonathan Papelbon. Look at how this works.
Yeah.
The world works in mysterious ways. Your opening day lineup, 2012, and then we'll get back to the phones, I promise. But I love going down memory lane sometimes. You mentioned it. Howard was hurt.
Yes.
So it was Victorino, Polanco at third, J-Roll batting in the 3-hole because you need some pop. You lost Howard. Pence eventually gets traded that season, batting cleanup in right field. Who was your first baseman? Batting fifth. Ugh, this is gross.
Wigington?
Yes!
Yeah,
Ty Wigginton was your opening day starter at first base for the Phillies that year.
Yep.
In 2012.
Also,
this is 1 year after they won 102 games.
Utley's knees.
Yeah. So think about it. The Phillies won 102 games. And the very next year, opening day, you're probably fired up. Let's go, Phils. Roy Halladay's on the bump. Papelbon brought him in. And your lineup was Victorino, Polanco, Rollins, Pence, Wigginton, your boy John Mayberry in
That's
left.
right, obviously. Chooch,
Freddie Galvis at second base, and then Roy Halladay. Your 9-hole.
Yeah, so you that entire side of the infield. Utley's knees, Howard's Achilles.
Yeah. Your lineup for the Pirates. Some of these names are going to be memory lane. Alex Presley, Jose Tabata, your 3-hole hitter, Mr. McCutcheon.
Of course.
Neil Walker, batting cleanup. Garrett Jones. How about behind the dish, one Rod Barajas?
Yes.
Pedro Alvarez, who's a beast for like 6 minutes, batted 7th at third base. Clint Barnes was your shortstop, and then Bedard was the 9-hole hitter, obviously. So how about that? Me and my buddy Greg.
Eric Bedard.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Magnus in Philly. What up, Magnus? Hello, Magnus. All right, we'll put Magnus on hold. We'll try to get Magnus back. Now, I'm interested in this call. Let's go to Robert in Abington. What's up, Rob?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
You know, it's funny. I was thinking along the lines of a caller you had earlier this morning who said that basically his premise was that you were fostering the idea that A.J. Brown should be run out of town or that the coach should be run out of town. And you had dismissed it, and that was fine. And then you got this guy on 10 minutes ago who, first words out of his mouth, listen, I'm not reporting, but I'm just laying down some rumors that I'm hearing, which to me is kind of exactly what that caller was
Well,
talking
hold on a second. So I never said that A.J. Brown's getting traded.
Okay.
The Sirianni thing, I said I personally did not want to bring him back. There were no reports that he was coming back or not coming back until it officially was that he was coming back because of the press conference that happened. And I even said when we played the Jason Kelce clip, it's one thing for Jason Kelce to say that, and that's great. I will take his word for it. But my opinion, I did not want to bring back Nick Sirianni as head coach. The Bill Belichick thing. Go ahead.
And if I'm not mistaken, you were one of the earliest proponents in running Sirianni out of town, right? So
if you want to use that terminology, sure.
I think the guy's point was, listen, the snowball effect happens, right? When, yes, you know, the loudspeaker that you guys speak from has some power to it, right?
Well, I have to ask you something, Rob. Hold on, let me ask you something. I'm good with having a conversation. I'm not going to yell and scream at you. All right?
No, absolutely.
When you watch the Eagles go from 10-1 to 11-6 and get embarrassed in the playoff game against the Buccaneers, didn't you feel a certain type of way without me even saying anything? Like you, your own eyes, you, your own opinion. How did you feel about Sirianni and the team?
Listen, there's no one that could look at that team after that downfall and say that coaching could pass the eye test. There's no way.
Okay.
The guy should have been fired, but it wasn't something coming from the Eagles. It wasn't something that was even in the air, right? It was a collapse. It was a bad.
And then you speculate, and then because look, let's face it, this is opinionate. Like I do radio, right? I don't do reporting. I never say that I do reporting. I do opinion talk show 4 hours a day, and I give my opinion, and then I speak with the reporters that do have some sort of information. And all the reporters, to their credit, all said they believed that he was coming back. There was not a single reporter that I spoke to that came on this show that said Nick Sirianni's on his way out.
But that only drives my point home. That only drives the gentleman's point, and to a lesser degree.
Right. I wanted to hear a different point of view because this guy is, and he did say rumors. So I wanted to see, was there any validity to it? Was it one person saying this to him? It's interesting, and this is why I have him on. It's interesting that he said multiple people were talking about this down in Mobile, Alabama. So it's just something to keep an eye on down the road.
Sure. So then you would then have to agree then that your voice, the voice from the people that are at the Senior Bowl, all those voices compiled together do eventually wind up having some weight.
But I don't think so.
In a way that
I don't think so. I think it would be bad practice, Robert, for an owner of a team, a GM of a team, to listen to some loudmouth like me on the radio and go, "Yeah, you know what? He's on to something. I'm gonna make a change."
Oh, I think the Eagles, above every other team in the city, listen to their fan base. Which when I say fan base, I include the media.
Right. To which
we all interact. We're all from the same pool of opinions.
To which Sal Palantonio, who I believe you respect a lot, right?
Absolutely.
Great reporter. And thanks for the call, Robert. I went longer than normal with Rob. Sal Pal, remember we played that clip? He said, most importantly, the Eagles have lost the fans. And this is when he was talking about Brian Johnson and Matt Patricia. Sal Pal wasn't saying, man, I heard Andrew on the radio saying that they need to fire Brian Johnson. Now, he's talking about Twitter, fans wanting him fired, guys standing outside of NovaCare with signs, right? I get where Robert's coming from because we are also the voice of fans. I understand that. I think Brandon Graham, as much as I love and respect him, saying that Sean Desai being demoted was media-driven, I thought was completely asinine. Because if I'm Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni said, hey, we got to move on from Sean. Yeah, they're crushing him on the radio. That would be terrible. That's as if, like, I should have asked Robert what he does for a living. Like, imagine you're trading stocks. Oh, man, there's this guy in the street that said we got to buy this stock. And you go ahead and buy it, and then it's a flop. Like, you should be fired because you asked a random dude on a corner of a street who's waiting for the light to turn green so he can walk across. You shouldn't do that. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think when it comes to decisions like this, we have all that much say. Now, John Middleton, owner of the Phillies, did credit a poll that Todd Zalecki put out. Bryce Harper or Manny Machado, who would you rather have? And majority voted Bryce Harper, and he claims that's one of the reasons why. Is he also saying that because that may be a way to be like, see, I'm one of you? Like, did he really take the fans into account about Bryce Harper over Manny Machado?
I would say probably a bit. But I don't think it makes the decision because I don't know if you bring back Aaron Nola based on fan perception.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody wanted Nola back, and they brought him back. So I hear what Robert's saying. He was talking about how it was contradictory what we were talking about and then me bringing on Greg Bedard and whatnot. But I didn't bring on Greg Bedard to, for him to report something. It's, hey, what were you hearing? Because I read the quote. It says rumors. Right, there's a difference between rumors and reporting. And I know then you're going to, oh, man, why would you even start this? Like, I saw a guy respond to the tweet when you said that he was coming on. I don't know if it was the Midday Counter Station account. Oh, you guys have nothing else to talk about. You have to have some guy on that's talking rumors. Well, yeah, when it involves the Eagles, it's a pretty big one. We're talking about Bill Belichick. Yeah, I'll have the guy on. Let's go to Magnus. Magnus is back. What's up, Magnus? All right, Magnus isn't there. We're done. Sorry, Magnus. 3 strikes, you're out. So yeah, look, I get it. The big bad media will always be there. But I appreciate Robert still calling it. 610-632-0975, the number to climb in. I would love to hear your reaction to Greg Bedard coming on and talking about the possibilities of Bill Belichick next year. Now, Ray, as somebody who is anti-hoodie, like you are, obviously, you're rooting for the Eagles to win. We all are because we are also fans, right? How worried are you going to be if the Eagles start struggling a little bit?
Going to be terrified.
Because it could be Belichick as the replacement.
I mean, I'm going to be just about as terrified as I usually would be for struggles of everything that'll go on. But it's going to be an extra thought in my mind. Like, I'm not going to stop thinking now about the potential for Hoodie ending up leading my football team in the calendar. At that point, it will be the calendar year of 2025.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he would take over midseason. Like, I don't think
we get a little Doc Rivers situation.
By the way, another loss yesterday for Doc.
Trailblazers.
The Bucks lose to the Trailblazers, and I wasn't watching the game. I saw somebody tweeting it about it. It was a national NBA person. This is so funny. A national NBA person was questioning the coaching decisions made by Doc Rivers. And it's amazing because, like, here we are again. So Doc Rivers, the Trailblazers were, I think, up 3. And they kept inbounding the ball to Giannis. And so they were doing hack a Giannis because they know he's not the best free throw shooter. He has improved his free throw shooting tremendously in his career, but they were basically hacking Giannis, hoping that he would miss one, if not both. And they kept going through Giannis. He never made a change. That Doc Rivers' biggest issue. He never makes adjustments. He doesn't actually coach. He's just there to try to motivate and then teach. Other NBA note. Ben Simmons did not play last night, right? It came out during the show yesterday that he was questionable. He plays one freaking game and then all of a sudden tweaks his knee and was not available to play yesterday. And I called bull because there was no talk after the game about him tweaking his knee or anything, right? Nothing. It's a day later, or 2 days later, mind you. 2 days later when he's about to play the Suns, which have Kevin Durant, his former teammate in Brooklyn when it didn't work out, but more importantly, Devin Booker, who was Mr. Steal Your Girl when Ben had Kendall. And then Devin Booker came in and swooped Kendall. I can't believe it's all over again. How long is he out until he plays again? You want to set a line? Let's see. I got to see what the Nets schedule is. Because it'll be hilarious if he plays. They play the Sixers Saturday. Oh, it is perfect. He's not playing Saturday.
No Embiid?
In Philly, though. It's in Philly.
Is it?
That's what it says here on Google. Nets on top, Sixers on bottom at Arena Wells Fargo Center.
Oh, well, I've had it wrong this entire time. Yeah, no, he's hurt.
He's not playing.
I thought that was Brooklyn. Yeah, no, never mind.
So think about this for a second. So Ben comes back for one game. Who they play? The Jazz. The Jazz, they stink, right? He comes back to play.
Well, you had to prove that he was the Rookie of the Year.
That's right. So he goes up against the Jazz and then looks at the schedule and goes, oh, no. I'm playing Book and KD. I'm out. And then he sees that the Sixers are coming up too. He's not playing Saturday. There's no doubt in my mind. It's not a back-to-back. He won't play till the Warriors game. Monday night. If that. It's not like it was a back-to-back. There was no reports about him tweaking his knee the day after that game. Then all of a sudden, mysteriously, the day he's playing Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, Mr. Steal Your Girl, that's when the knee injury pops up. And now he's got the Sixers his next game. He's not playing Saturday.
No, I can't imagine seeing him out there on the floor.
I will be shocked if he does. Shocked. I will love it. Because even though I said I don't care that Ben Simmons is back, like the other night was the first time I didn't care, it's still against the Sixers I'm going to pay attention to.
Yeah, we don't care until the storyline repeats itself, and then we find ourselves living this timeline again.
I don't think he's gonna play Saturday. Yes or no? Is Ben Simmons playing Saturday?
No.
Exactly.
No.
This guy is amazing to me. Amazing.
One more thing back to the Robert call, that one.
Yes.
With the, having Greg Bedard on about the rumors and all that stuff. It was, to me, at least, we did this. It was a clarification of something that was actually out there from, he is a reporter.
Yes, he is a reporter.
This was, he had said something. You got the clarification of, I said it was rumors. It is rumors that's going on there. And he had done some reporting to know that there was conversation between Belichick's camp and other camps throughout the season, and he's trying to draw connections to where it could potentially be and what it potentially means for Bill Belichick's future.
So he's actually reporting a little bit there, too.
Yeah, he had some reporting basis, and now he's, from what he's heard, rumor-wise, trying to make the connection of what happened. That's where the difference in the hypothetical versus the rumors, Again, a lot of this goes back to how you define words and what words you use to
And I'm not sitting here banging the drum now of yesterday I was legitimately upset when I saw this rumor that they didn't move on from Sirianni, and not even because of Belichick. I was upset that they basically gave him an opportunity to say yes to whatever their plan was, and because he said yes, that's why he was back. That was what I was legitimately upset about. Would I have loved Bill Belichick to be a head coach? Yes. I don't run from that. I do appreciate that Bedard basically said that Belichick and Howie would work together at the beginning. He also made sure to mention.
Yeah. You don't think, hey, listen, they win 11 games first season. They don't win a Super Bowl. But, hey, everything's all good. Belichick then gets his 4 more wins, becomes the all-time winningest coach, gets sick of Howie and the expectations above him and says,
I'm outta here.
You know what? I'm 75 at this
Right.
point. Let me move along with my life.
But basically, going back to yesterday, like I was just more upset that Sirianni kept his job because he said yes, sir. That was my biggest issue. I'm not sitting here banging the drum saying, I hope Sirianni fails next year. To now, Robert, if that's what Robert thinks, that's not what I want. Like, I want the Eagles to win the Super Bowl next year. I want them to go 17-0 and run through the NFC and then get to the Super Bowl and win. Like, that's what I want. But it is now something to keep an eye on that if Nick Sirianni does not retain his job next year, after next season, this is something to remember. Remembering February 1st, 2024, when you heard my buddy Greg Bedard on the show talking about it.
Glad you got the name right.
Thank you. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. We literally were talking about Eric Bedard earlier in the day today, too. Anyways, all right, the number to Clemens, 610-632-0975. We have one segment left. I still want to get to this comfort television thing, so I'll get your thoughts on that coming up. But all the stuff that we have on the table, I'll reset coming up next. It was a big day about fan and media, fan versus media, fan/media, the relationship between the fan and the media. And then what has been reported, actually reported, not rumored, but actually reported with sources backing it up, coming out of NovaCare, what you actually believe is true and what you believe is false, which is why you hate everybody who covers the Eagles. Talk more about that next as we close out the show. We got one segment left before the best show ever comes. What's going on in there? Take me behind the glass.
Oh, we're talking potential offensive coordinators previously, and some of the candidates mentioned, and just how bad some options were, and some coaching problems that still exist with this team.
They still exist.
We're laughing at failures.
Nick Sirianni
basically.
is still here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's a nice way to just attack where we started this conversation.
Still here. I mean, he's still the head coach, and it was a mistake to bring him back. Because he said yes, sir.
Shortcoming of Sirianni, and then potential candidates that, well, wouldn't really help you out there. And the idea of hiring someone that might get another job, and why that's okay. Because,
there were people that wanted that. That was weird.
Yeah, I'm cool with the fact Kellen Moore might do a great job and get a job.
Yeah,
I want my coaches to do a good job.
That was really. I remember somebody tweet at me saying, like, so what? You want a mediocre hire? Like, no, I don't. It just sucks that I know that if he does a really good job, he's going to be gone. We're going to start all over again.
How sustainable is Sirianni?
Right, that's what the question ends up being. Yeah, for anyone that wants them to hire mediocre coordinators.
You think maybe Sirianni will be a sponge? You know?
Yeah. Well,
hope for that.
We'll see. All right, so a couple of things. First off, I want to let you know 1 o'clock hour. Brought to us by Ferguson HVAC Line Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies for a heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester. Going to get to the phones in a second. I'll reset what we've been talking about, but a couple of things that I just saw on social media during the break. And, of course, you can climb in at 610-632-0975 to talk about today's topics. Did you see this story that just came out about Mark Andrews?
No.
So Mark Andrews is a type 1 diabetic. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know how many people know that. I saw a story on him this year. He's always checking his sugar levels on the sideline all the time. Like, it's like in between each possession, he's checking his sugar level to make sure he's okay. And then obviously if it's low, he needs to eat something or drink something and all that kind of stuff. So he actually was on a flight today going somewhere. Obviously their off season just started. And a woman on the flight couldn't breathe and had a weak pulse. And the paramedics that were on board were trying to figure out what was going on, to which Mark Andrews, NFL tight end, very good tight end, had the wherewithal to ask if she was a type 1 diabetic and if her blood sugars were low. And sure enough, they did the test. It was. So Mark Andrews, I mean, people were saying saved. I don't know exactly how dire it could have been, but people were saying he saved this woman's life.
That's amazing.
On a plane today. So that's amazing. So good for you, Mark Andrews. The other thing, this is one of those, I had no idea this was today. And I had no idea it was this weekend, even though I should know, because if you follow sports, you know the sports calendar. When I tell you my level of interest in anything Pro Bowl, I only saw it because Eagles Nation tweeted it out that Jalen Hurts, who's now, because he's an alternate, because he took Brock Purdy's spot, he'll be competing in the precision passing contest tonight. This is how far we've fallen off. His teammates are Baker Mayfield and Geno Smith. Oh, yeah. That's your NFC.
Yeah. So I should scrap the plans for our Pro Bowl preview.
Oh, is that what you're
tomorrow?
Doing? Oh,
I mean, I did have like 4 hours worth of
content
ideas for us tomorrow.
He will be going up against C.J. Stroud. All right. Tua Tagovailoa and Minshew Mania for the AFC.
That's disgusting. That is. This is a gross competition. This is it. This is where it should fold.
Cool for Hurts and Stroud. Tua, yeah. Baker, Geno, and Gardner. And the sad thing is Baker beat Hurts, so I can't even complain that Baker Mayfield's in it. The Pro Bowl, I know they finally made the right decision to stop actually playing the game. They're now doing flag football or whatever. I have zero interest in it. None. I don't even know why they do it anymore. Like, I know it's probably for revenue and the players get paid and whatnot. It's just, man. Like, as a kid, I liked it. Is that what, I mean, it's pretty much just for the kids at this point, right? Like, is there, I'm legitimately asking. I'm not trying to be offensive when I say this. You, the adults who are listening, are you actually going to watch tonight or this weekend? Because tonight's just the skill, precision passing. The game, say with air quotes, like, Is there an actual adult that is going to be watching this? Other than the people that are attending, because it's kind of cool to see all those players there. Like, if you're actually there in Orlando. But I'm saying, like, are you going to sit down? Ray, I'll ask you. You are an adult, whether you want to admit it or not. Are you going to sit down and watch?
My working papers say I am.
Are you going to watch any of the Pro Bowl festivities?
No. Not at all. There's not a single bit of me that thinks the Pro Bowl is something that I should spend my time consuming.
Yeah.
The last time the Pro Bowl was good was when Nick Foles took the podium. Okay?
How's everyone doing?
That's right. That is the last time.
Let's make some noise. Come on.
That is the last time.
That's your MVP. That was your Pro Bowl MVP.
Absolutely. And that's the last time it was relevant to me.
I like some of the skill stuff is cool. Like, I will admit that. I didn't even know about it tonight. There was one that I freaking loved. And I know this is going to sound terrible because it's not even quarterbacks or running backs or anything. I don't know if they still do it anymore. This is how much I don't pay attention anymore. But when I was a kid, David Akers competed they played horse. It was him and another kicker. And like field goal horse, not basketball. And they were like, off the right, upright, and in. Like that, I'll watch that. The kicker, like, trying to do some stuff. I remember one of them lined up from the side and was able to bend it around and go through the uprights. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
But other than that, like, the throwing to the target, I see that every Sunday. To a receiver.
I'll take the weekend off. I don't know. I know we only got one more football game left.
I don't care about dodgeball.
No.
Like, I don't care about dodge. I don't care about
telling you. My idea
Jason
for
Kelce
All-Star
playing
game is
dodgeball.
Much better. Much better.
What's yours?
We just dropped them in a resort, create a reality television show.
That would be fantastic. I would watch that.
Yeah. It's reality TV. Let's stop with the games, okay?
They drink a little bit too much. They start talking about their coach and how much they don't like him.
Exactly. Give me a week, all access cameras.
Truth serum.
You guys get a trip to a resort. It's a way for you guys. You guys are on vacation. We don't need you to even think about being athletes for a week.
Just, spew all the tea. Spill all the tea. Come on, let me hear it.
I don't need more games. I got plenty of games. These exhibitions mean nothing.
All right, so there's more to this Mark Andrews stuff coming out now. So Andrew Springs, I guess, is just from Baltimore. I don't even think he's a reporter. So I guess he was on the flight. Oh, here you go. Here's the story from somebody on the flight. A woman on my flight from Baltimore to Phoenix this morning had a mid-flight medical emergency. The doctor and nurse attending to her couldn't find a strong pulse. Her blood pressure was extremely low and required oxygen to breathe. It was genuinely scary. A man in the aisle seat popped up and asked, could it be her blood sugar? I have a diabetic testing kit. And sure enough, it was Ravens tight end Mark Andrews. Andrews instructed the medical professionals, equal citizens heroes in this story, on using the test kit. Eventually, her heart rate stabilized. Paramedics met the flight as soon as we landed. Andrews deplaned quietly, no fanfare, and he has done this as he has done his whole career. He stepped up in a huge moment when people needed him most. Oh, wow. Watching complete strangers spring into action to help save someone's life is truly amazing. How about that, dude? Mark Andrews, man. Incredible. All right. So here's what we were talking about today. We'll get to the phones in a second. And also, I have the Kendrick Perkins audio I got to play for you. I haven't gotten to it yet today. We still have not heard any word on Joel Embiid, by the way, which is kind of scary as this continues to drag on. We haven't heard an update other than more on this now on SportsCenter. And it was not an update. So today's topic was about this anti-media fan versus media thing. And what I wanted to try to do was figure out what you actually believe was happening inside NovaCare. Like, I wanted your opinion, your belief, what you thought was true, because you don't want to listen to the reporters. You just hate the reporters, right? But then it kind of turned more into the anti-media thing. And I want to know why. Like, I do really want to know what your beef is with the reporters that cover these teams on a daily basis, because the low-hanging fruit of they're just making this up. Like, that's not true. All right, not that I have to stick up for the media members, but a lot of people worked their asses off to get to where they're at. There is some nepotism in this industry, but not all the time, right? There's a lot of people that worked their ass off to get to where they're at. They're not going to risk their career by making up a story about a football team that has a $1 billion run organization, that has security, that has 1 million of people that could find out the truth. And also how much we follow it day by day. Like, they're not going to make something up. But it seems like people still feel a certain type of way about reporters. And I would like to get to know why, because I'm in the middle of it. I speak to reporters. I speak to you, the fans, right? I'm a fan, and I have access to reporters, right? Like that's I'm blessed with a microphone in front of me. That's been my saying since I started here. I'm a fan that's blessed with a microphone. But I'm also able to take my cap off sometimes and take my bias out of it and give my opinion, even though it's not something always sunshines and rainbows, which a lot of people only want to hear. So why is there this disconnect? Why do you not trust the media so much? And because you don't trust the media, I would like to know from you at 610-632-0975 what you believe is the truth that's coming out of NovaCare. Because there's no way you watch the team go from 10-1 to 11-6 to becoming a wild card team and getting embarrassed in their playoff game and think that everything's okay. Clearly something happened. I would like to know what you believe is the truth. Let's go to the phones. Go to Matt in Pottstown. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
Before I get to my media part, I want to go back to about Nick Sirianni. And first, I just got to say, like, I'm not a Nick Sirianni enthusiast, right? I'm not a drum banger for him. So this isn't coming from that point.
Okay.
But I don't understand the sort of who are you angry at? Are you angry at Nick? Or are you angry at Jeff and Howie? Because you keep saying because he said yes, he has a job.
Oh, so, I'm angry at Howie and Jeff.
Okay, because it keeps coming off like you're angry with him, because that's what I'm saying. If he's the employee, like that's their bosses, and they're giving him an edict, they're telling him to do something. It's, either you do it or you say thanks.
Oh, Matt, trust me, I said I don't blame Sirianni for saying yes.
Okay.
Because look, it's there's only 32 of these jobs, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You have one of them. If you say no, you're Doug Peterson, you get fired. If you say yes, you stick around as the head coach. I blame Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie for. I did a whole show on it yesterday. If they didn't believe he was the guy, but because he said yes, they would keep him, that's shame on them.
Well, yeah, okay. So now, that gives me a little more clarity what I was saying. Because I mean, historically, that's how they've always been, and that's the type of coach that they want. Not saying Nick is bad or whatever. I'm just saying they want someone that's not going to buck against them at every turn. That's why you'll never get like a Variable or a Belichick or any of those type of people here in the head job. Okay, so that part's squared away. The media. Here's where I go to the media at this point, right? So to me, it's almost like, and I agree with you, they're not just making stuff up, right? The guy's not sitting there at home and just typing out some random make-believe story and hoping that it flies. The thing that they do is they take a story or they take an element, and the A.J. Brown thing is just the biggest point of it right now. They take something that is not, you can't really prove it, and you're not really going to disprove it, so you're going to throw it out there. Why? Because it's going to get all the clicks.
Well, let me ask some. What A.J. Brown thing do you mean?
There's absolute, with everything that's going on.
I mean the trade thing. Is that what you're talking about, the trade thing?
I'm good.
There has not been a single reporter.
Not one. Go ahead.
There hasn't been a single reporter. That's all I'm saying. Like the whole media thing, like there hasn't been a single reporter.
But because we had a season the way we had, and he had a couple tweets, during the season, he seemed disgruntled.
Yeah.
They're going to throw some discredulous people are going to recklessly throw some rumors out there that those are maybe self-created, that have no bearing. You can neither prove them or disprove them necessarily, but it gets all the click and it gets all the chatter and it gets all the talk. So those things are out there in this day and age that becomes very reckless, because quite often those things, again, people, there's a lot of sheep out there, right? They don't do any fact finding of their own. So they hear something on the whim, and the next thing you know, they're running at it for fact. It's almost like some of the media stuff right now with sports and the Eagles at this time of the year, it's like a prediction of snow. Sure, there's a chance we might get an inch, but if you hear that on Sunday, by the time Thursday comes around, we got to have every plow in the country over here, and we got to have all the salt trucks out, because it went from a dusting to a foot, all because people chatter with no real basis, right? So that's, to me, right now, this time of year, that's what a lot of the sports media does, and I don't. Well,
I think that's it depends on who you're talking about. Like obviously, I'm not blind to it. There was a radio conversation, right? And I appreciate the call, Matt. There was a radio conversation about A.J. Brown. I'm talking about like the reporters, right? I'm talking about like Tim McManus getting crushed the day of a playoff game for reporting on something that I feel like a lot of people would have gotten behind, that Jalen Hurts was not happy with the direction of the offense. Like, why was Tim McManus, the reporter who covers the team that's in the locker room every single day, why did he become an enemy? Other than, look, it was game day and you didn't want to read something like that. But let's say it happened Sunday. The game was Monday night. Let's say it happened Tuesday, the day after the game. That story comes out. I feel like a lot of people would have celebrated the fact that Jalen Hurts, who everybody loves, was against the offense that we all hated, right? Once more, I'll bring it up again. I don't remember a single caller. Talk to a lot of you. I don't remember a single caller calling in and saying, I love bubble screens. Give me more bubble screens. I don't remember a single caller not, saying, don't run the ball, right? And then it comes out Monday, the day of the game, from Tim McManus that Jalen Hurts is not happy with the direction of the offense, and he gets crushed for it, the reporter. And then during the press conference after the game, Jalen Hurts didn't deny the report. That's what I don't get. Stuff like that. Look, I get it. There's all kinds of topics and stuff like that that's discussed that then turns into things that may not have even been the thing to begin with, but whatever. It then gets to Kay Adams, and she's asking A.J. Brown about trade rumors when there was never a rumor to begin with. There was no report. There was nothing. Nobody's reporting on trading A.J. Brown. There was offshore betting accounts that put out odds. If A.J. Brown were to be traded, where would he go? And people ran with it. But it was never reported by anybody who covers the team or nationally. There was nothing ever there. That's what I base it off of. And then it becomes the umbrella of the evil media when there are people who actually do the covering of teams for a living that never said it. By the way, update on the Sixers, not the one we've been waiting for, unfortunately. But Shams tweeted out that the NBA, they hate the Sixers, man. The NBA is fining the Sixers $75,000 for violation of injury reporting regarding Joel Embiid's absence Saturday versus Denver. No violation of player participation policy due to Embiid's confirmed injury. So remember, he wasn't on the injury report until 15 minutes before tip-off against the Nuggets, and then all of a sudden he doesn't play. And so the Sixers were fined $75,000 for that specific moment. But still no word on Joel Embiid itself. Let's go to Mike in Cherry Hill. Mike, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, that's not good news, man.
Mike, is this Mike from yesterday? Man, I'm sorry, man.
No, don't say sorry. Listen, I increased the bet. He's coming back. You know what I'm saying? And I need you to do your thing and get inside. You're an insider. Okay, let's talk about this media.
No. Hold on a second. I really hope that you don't think I have the power to get Joel Embiid on the court for your MVP bet to hit.
I didn't need you to do that. I need you to find out if he's going to get. You know what I'm saying? Use your connections. Okay, whatever you got to do, man. Even if you got to put some bread, put some greenbacks in some hands, figure it out and get that MRI.
I'm waiting for Woj to put out. Dude, I would not put a second bet out until you get an answer.
Bruh, he gave me some good odds, man. Hey, I'm a degenerate. That's my life. You wouldn't want to live it. But let me tell you this. You and the media, I'm not saying you.
I got you.
Because I know you guys. I know you. But you know these guys. You know some of these. They got it. They're human. They got it. They got their own personal agendas. So if someone treats them bad or someone doesn't give them the audience that they hope, then they got the power to write about them. So let's not say that everything that comes out of the media is correct or is it done without an agenda. That's why there's a certain connotation. It relates to sports media. All this stuff. These are human beings. So if they want to write something with a negative spin on it or to write something that may not be necessarily corroborated, they can do that. And so that's
right. But here's the deal. All right. So agenda. I get what you're saying about agenda.
Right.
Like you might have a reporter may have an agenda to try to get a story, which is why they may ask specific questions. Right. But they're going to ask questions hoping to get an answer one way or another. that doesn't mean they're just making something up. Even if what they believe is going on ends up being refuted by whoever they're speaking with, then they'll talk about that separately. They're not just making I don't think somebody's just making up a story and writing an article about it.
Why wouldn't you think that? Why wouldn't you think that happens? That guys
because
have
you mentioned they're human, right? So you're human. You're going to try to get the clicks so you get the bigger payday. If it comes out that you're telling false stuff, you're going to get fired. You're not going to have a job. You ain't getting a payday.
Hey, listen. Sometimes that's the risk the risk that they are willing to take.
How do you know that?
Because there's so many outlets. There's so many outlets. They can get on they can do their own thing. They can do a podcast. But if they get their name out there and they balance it, I'm not saying they do it all the time, but I'm sure you'll be very surprised to find out that this is a line that a lot of them actually they tightrope that line. They walk that line. You know what I'm saying? Between, hey, let me put my name out there, let me get these clicks, especially in the market like ours. Man, these people, look at us. We got 24-hour news.
Oh, all the time. Yeah, you're right. And Kevin Byard himself said it. And thanks for the call, Mike. Byard himself said it. It's different in Philadelphia than it's in Tennessee. With all due respect to the Titans fans out there, there's not much of a market for Tennessee sports talk. At least I don't think. I don't know. I haven't really traveled to Tennessee all that often. All right? Philadelphia's it's a different animal. It's a major market, right? You know, and you think Philadelphia's a major market. Think about the teams that have two teams in their city. New York, right? Or state, California. It's a little bit different. Whereas here we are a major market, but it's one team. It's one football team. We're so focused on this one team. There's 53 players on an active roster. There's 69 guys on the roster altogether if you include the practice squad. There's so many coaches, not just head coach, OC, DC. Not everybody's friends. Not everybody's happy with the direction of where their organization's going. People talk. And once more, there's a reason why. And I wasn't expecting Mike to listen to all 4 hours of the show, even though this is a great show, right? We had Andrew Brandt on. There's a reason why I had Andrew Brandt on. And I implore you to go back and listen to it on the Fanatic's website, 975thefanatic.com. He is a man that worked as an agent, was a former executive. He was the guy that drafted and signed the contract with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. And he is now a reporter. He's also a professor, right? So, has done a lot in his career. He said when he was on with us earlier, agents give out information, executives give out information, and reporters are looking for information, and they'll be able to find it because people talk. So, yeah, there are reporters that may have an agenda, but their agenda is to tell a story that they think is going on because they probably heard it from somewhere to begin with. Like, I don't think a reporter wakes up and goes, yeah, you know what? I don't like Jalen Hurts. Let me try to find out if other people don't like Jalen Hurts. They may have heard something from someone that Jalen Hurts needed to work on his leadership qualities a little bit, so they start talking to other people. They're not going to run a story with one person. They're going to talk to other people. And that's when they get out that information. And so Andrew Brandt tells us, sometimes the agent will give out the information. And we had the tweet earlier today, and I told the story of it. We had a tweet earlier today about the Hassan Reddick situation, about how going into camp, there was no need to ask Hassan Reddick about his contract. Well, think about it for a second. 2-year deals in the NFL means you have 1 year left because guys can hold out. You start negotiating, but you don't want them to go to 1 year left, right? And sometimes agents may get in the ear of a reporter to ask a question. Hey, Hassan's not really happy with his contract right now. He's not going to bring it up on himself, though. He doesn't want to be a distraction at camp. Do me a favor. And then he asks the question. And then Hassan Reddick himself talks about it. Instead of, source tells me Hassan Reddick is unhappy with his contract, and then everybody freaks out. How dare you put that out there? Hassan Reddick himself said it. He could have squashed it. All right, let's go to the guru. What's up, brother?
Yo, bro, what's going on?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I've been talking to you a lot lately.
I appreciate it.
Well, dude, honestly, you're the last one left that I really appreciate, talking to you and what you say, and it really triggers me enough to call because I respect talking to you enough. So I want to give you that compliment first because I've been a little negatively, my man. But honestly, like I don't understand the weight that you put on these, Eagles specialists. I understand that they're at camp and they're your friends. But at the same time, these are the same guys that preseason were feeding us Sidney Brown's going to be a monster as a rookie. Bradbury looks great. Those things did come out of their mouths as well. So you got to take what they say. They're drinking the Kool-Aid, right? Like you got to admit that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean they're also being told certain things, right?
Right.
I'll give you a prime example. I've talked about this in the past. Jeremy Fowler, who was actually on with the morning show last week, I think it was, or it was 2 weeks ago. He, out of the blue, I don't even know if it was camp. I think it was OTAs. Out of the blue, puts out a tweet. Yeah, I'm being told that Jalen Hurts is really improving his pocket passing. Obviously, somebody within NovaCare probably texted him that so that people knew right away, hey, he's not going to be running as much this year because, we pay him a lot of money and, we need to keep that.
Which was very apparent, by the way. Like, I do remember hearing that, and it was very obvious that he was focused on trying to be a pocket passer when his greatest strength was getting outside the pocket and being elusive. But so now going back to the reason I called was just the A.J. Brown situation. I made a post on it yesterday, and there was no ulterior motives. It was literally just me thinking about, at the end of the season, playing for a coach that literally had you hurt your knee so you weren't available for the playoffs to showcase your abilities when in the middle of your prime, right? Now you know that the coach is coming back. He cleared off his social medias of all things Eagles. And then yesterday, if you watch that interview, his immediate reaction when asked about a trade, he didn't immediately say, no, I want to retire an Eagle. He gave a smirk. Devontae gave a smirk, right? Like he knew something. So you think the Eagles start off 1-3, 1-4, and the same things are going on now? The same Kellen Moore showing up in crucial game situations where he's making horrific play calls. You don't think that A.J. Brown, combined with all those things, is now going to speak out like he did in Tennessee?
Oh, he may feel certain type of way, but like I'm not running with his interaction with Kay Adams and him scrubbing Instagram to, oh my God, he's upset, he's going to demand a trade. I'm not running with that.
But that's where people are getting it from, right? They're using.
Yeah, but see now this is where. All right, so this is interesting, right? This is interesting. I appreciate the call. I'm sorry, I've just been going with some callers longer as the show goes on. I gotta, and I would love for the guru. I know he's still listening, so please tweet in your response. This is interesting. So he gets upset with the media for putting out reports. But he will run with A.J. Brown and how he looked on camera, talking to Kay Adams, and him scrubbing Instagram. And he has now come to the determination in his brain that A.J. Brown is either going to demand a trade, get traded, or at some point during the offseason or during the season be a problem if they start off slow. He came to that conclusion based off of what he saw with he did not talk to A.J. Brown. He's not talked to anybody that knows A.J. Brown. For all I know, maybe he does. I don't know. He's the NJ betting guru. He may know a thing or two. Why is it okay? And he's not alone. I'm using him as an example because I know he's not alone on social media talking about how A.J. Brown's going to get traded. Why is the media the enemy for putting out speculation, even though they're talking to people? But he feels like he came to the decision that A.J. Brown's going to get traded. Like, why is that okay? This, once again, comes back to the conversation of fans versus media. Why? Do you have an answer for me?
Because it's what he believes. So if it's what he believes, if the media tells him he's wrong, then the media is wrong. And if
the media comes out and says, I'm hearing A.J. Brown may be open to a trade.
Well, I knew that before they told me that. So their report does nothing for me. I was right the whole time.
Or he likes the report because this is what I was thinking. And like, see,
or he doesn't need the report.
See, this is what I told you.
I was more surprised that we didn't get, like, when we keep going back to this, disgruntled with the offense report. I was more surprised people were like, well, I could have told you that. I was surprised that it was the vitriol was the other way.
Towards him.
Yeah.
I find that interesting that we can come to a conclusion based off of Instagram and how he looks and what he said or didn't say But whenever a reporter puts something out who does know, they actually talk to people. He says they drink the Kool-Aid. Well, they're talking to people. That the media's a problem.
Also, if you're at training camp and James Bradbury looks good,
you're going to out there. He looks good.
He looked good in a practice.
Yeah.
Like, you're pointing that out. Maybe, listen, read with some context. Sidney Brown. Like, those were two very odd examples of pointing out, don't trust what they say.
He sees. All right. We got a little under 2 minutes left. I'm going to get Muhammad's call in a second, but real quick, Darren Drager covers the NHL. Big NHL insider. The Flyers are taking calls on Scott Lawton. He mentions that the center market is relatively thin. He says the Flyers are not eager to trade him, but Danny Briere is gauging interest. Flyers third place in the Metro. It's a playoff team. But they've never wavered. They've always said, hey, just because we had a good start doesn't mean we're going to all of a sudden go all in. Lawton's a big part of the Flyers. Anyways, Betting Guru followed up and said, the point is that they're saying there's no chance of him being traded when there clearly are things that with players in the past doing them led to trades. So why wouldn't we think there's at least slight chances from his actions? I haven't heard a reporter say yes or no. That's what I'm saying. Like, there hasn't been anything. All right, let's go to Muhammad. We got a minute left. What's up, Muhammad?
Andrew, how you doing, my man?
What's up, man? I'm sorry. I only got about a minute left.
It's all right. I'll be quick. I understand both sides, trying not to, come down on people's names. But when you have situations, especially just with the Eagles in general, when you have, Marcus Hayes calling A.J. Brown, a locker room poison, and then A.J. announcing that he's going to do that whole, I'm going to talk to all the reporters and
I found it interesting that he was not there, yes.
He wasn't there. Then you have McLean, which I'm sure, reporters, they proofread all their articles before they post it out and stuff. Proofreading that article from the Inquirer, posting it out, and then not saying anything until after Britt and Covey comes out and says,
the Covey thing, yeah.
Guys, misuse my words.
Listen, I'm not running you. I literally have 3 seconds left. I'm sorry, Muhammad. Let's restart. Let's do this again tomorrow. Best show ever coming your way next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Embiid travels back to Philly. I'm ready.